Good evening, everyone. It's a pleasure to see you all here this evening. I'll call our Truckee Town Council meeting of September 27th to order. And let's start with our roll call, please.
Thank you. Councilmember Zabriskie.
Here.
Councilmember Pallavi.
Here.
Councilmember Klobstad.
Here.
Vice Mayor Romack.
Here.
Mayor Henderson.
Here.
Planning Commissioners Riley. I'll note her as absent. Thank you. Actually, none of them are in the room at this time. Sorry, there you are. Okay. Planning Commissioners Riley, Planning Commissioner Freeman. That's okay. I can see you. Just say aye or here. Vice Chair Tarnay and Chair Gove. I did see him in the back. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Sarah. Will everyone please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. And now we'll move into item 4.0, public comment. This is our general public comment. It's an opportunity to provide a comment on any item that is not on the agenda this evening. If anyone would like to make a public comment, you can step up to our podium. It is in the back again. And just a reminder that you have 3 minutes. There's a clock up here. And while I was always told not to interrupt, I will interrupt you if you get to 3 minutes just to make sure everyone has a chance to speak. Would anyone like to make a general public comment tonight?
Shady House, Hardwoods and Carpets. Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now?
Yes.
There you go. Start the clock. So I'm going to leave right off where we left, Dave. Last time we talked in this room, when we were talking about the West River Street project, and for those of you who weren't here, was talking about the $30 million being invested in West River Street. So I've took the past 2 weeks to think about what you had to say, and I've looked at it, and yes, if my property values do go up 1.5 times, as you say, to 2, I'm going to make $200,000 to $400,000 after taxes. But let's get back to it. What is ethical and what's right? You told me you have $30 million, and if we don't do this project, you're going to send that money to another project. Well, the problem in my mind is about doing what is right. At the top of the scale, you're supposed to do housing and get the housing done. So the only way for me to get that building, that money, is to sell my building downtown, and I will no longer have affordable housing for my employees that live in this town. But why are you going to take that $30 million and put it into another project when you have the #1 project that's supposed to be done? Workforce housing. Create housing for employees. And if we look at this thing where we're at with it, there's nobody here to move the snow. This was not the storm of the century in December at Christmas. This was the lack of people to move snow. This was lack of people to turn the electricity on. It's lack of people to serve coffee. It's lack of homes to do what we need to do. So when you tell me that I have a choice to vote yes or no on the West River Street and take the money, which that seems appealing to me because I'm 54 and I'm getting to that point where I should take the money. But what's right or wrong? Should you not be taking that $30 million and fixing that thing we have downtown, or putting some housing in so we have people to service, turn the electricity back on, to plow the streets? But we keep building and creating all these extra jobs that require all this maintenance that town's not listening here and watching their computers and not paying attention, and we're not doing it. I've had multiple people ask me, why don't you use your radio station to do this? Because it's unethical. Do I want to turn my radio station into a bully pulpit and call everybody out? No, I don't. This is my challenge. This is my battle. And I urge you, as town council, the town of Truckee, to really think about what you're doing with the money and fix the first problems first. And maintenance the problems you have and quit building things that you can't maintenance. Because you're short on people and you're short on housing. So, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Haas. Perfectly timed. Would anyone else like to make a public comment? Again, this is agenda item 4.0 for those of you who have just joined us. It's an opportunity to make a comment on anything that's not on the agenda this evening. Seeing none, I will close public comment and we will move into our presentations this evening. And we have just a couple. We have item 5.1. God bless you. Item 5.1, and we have the pleasure of introducing some new staff. So, Judy, I will turn it over to you.
Great, thank you. I'd like to take this opportunity to introduce Kelly Carpenter. Kelly was hired as the deputy town clerk for the town of Truckee recently. She's lived here for about 8 years. She has 2 boys here in the Truckee school system. She's worked for the past 22 years in the legal fields, up to paralegal office manager, some really great organizational skills that we will really appreciate here. She has a bachelor's degree from the University of Idaho, and she grew up there really enjoying a lot of the things that she does now with skiing and trail running and hiking and backpacking and paddleboarding. So we're really lucky to have her here with her talents in our community, and I appreciate her. Thanks, Kelly.
Thank you, Judy. Welcome, Kelly. Thank you for joining us. And next up, Chris Hardy, our Chief Information Security and Technology Officer, will introduce a new IT technician who has joined us. Over to you, Chris.
Thank you. Okay, so it's my pleasure to introduce Connor Drews. So Connor is a local IT guru. I think everybody would be happy to know that Connor was born in Truckee, grew up in Incline Village. He got his bachelor's degree in 2021 from UNR in information systems, and then went on to work at Palisades Ski Resorts in their IT department. He has a passion for helping his community through technology. You can see Connor walking or biking to work pretty much daily, or running the trails in his free time. He's completed an ultra marathons, and we can tell by how he already goes the distance in our department. So Connor has been a pleasure to bring on board, and it's not because of the pumpkin bread or the goodies that he brings in regularly. It's because he's an excellent fit, and we can already tell that he embodies the Truckee way. Connor regularly wears a smile when he helps others. He listens and adds value to any team. Connor, we are happy to have you become a part of our Truckee family, and we look forward to the amazing things you're going to accomplish here. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. Well, thank you both for joining us. We're very lucky to have you both and look forward to working with you. Okay, next up, item 5.2 is our town manager report. Jen, over to you, please.
Great, thank you. Good evening, everybody. Nice to see so many people here tonight. Couple quick announcements. If you're looking for something to do tomorrow evening, you have a couple choices. We have our second and final community workshop on energy efficiencies. That is a virtual workshop. It's available in Spanish translation as well. That'll happen live. So if you're interested, you can go to our website and get some more information on how to sign up for that workshop. Your other option would be to attend the closing reception for the Forest Futures event at the Rec Center, and that starts at 5:15 p.m. And then lastly, we are hiring. So if you're interested in a job in our police department, our finance department, working on our streets, or as our economic programs manager, then check out our website and fill out an application. We'd love to hear from you. That's all I have tonight.
Thank you, Jen. Short and sweet. Okay, moving on, we have our consent calendar tonight, and we have several items on consent. So I'm going to read them first. 6.1, the minutes of August 23rd, 2022, closed session and the Joint Council Planning Commission meeting. 6.2, consider Resolution 2022-61, opposing ballot measure V, a half-cent general sales tax increase. 6.3, Reconnecting Communities Grant Application for Downtown Truckee Railroad Pedestrian Crossing Plan. 6.4, Easement Abandonment at 14865 and 14879 Northwoods Boulevard. 6.5, Adoption of Plan including policies and procedures to ensure protection and non-discrimination of transit riders. 6.6, 2022 Recessed Striping Project, C 2003 Contract Award. 6.7, West River Street Landscaping and Lighting District Number 1 Town Vote. So quite a few items on consent this evening. With that, I am going to exercise a little bit of mayoral prerogative and request that we pull item 6.2, which is Resolution 2022-61, opposing ballot measure V. With that, do any of my fellow council members have any other consent items they'd like to pull tonight? Would any member of staff like to pull a consent item tonight?
No.
Thank you. Would any member of the public like to pull a consent item this evening? Okay. Seeing no other, may I have a motion to approve our consent calendar with the exception of item 6.2?
I move we approve the consent calendar with the exception of 6.2.
Thank you. And Councilmember Klovstad seconds. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? And consent passes unanimously. So let's move on to 6.2. The last time we were together, I pulled the MOU between the town and the county on Measure V from our consent calendar. And I really appreciated my fellow council members' comments on that, and again, want to thank you all for that this evening. Tonight, I want to provide some additional comments, and while I typically, again, allow my fellow council members the opportunity to weigh in first, I'm going to share my thoughts and then ask you for any that you would like to share as well. I want to start by stating that I have not backed off my position at all. I do not support Measure V. As I stated previously, this puts the town in a position where we will be extremely limited in our ability to address unforeseen issues in the future. We will only have 1/4 cent of sales taxing capability for the next decade should this measure pass. That handcuffs our community, this council, and future councils. It removes our insurance, if you will, in responding to future issues that may need or require a sales tax revenue source. We've talked about our desires related to how this should be a special tax and not a general tax. By law, because this is a general tax, the county can redirect these funds any way they would like, and the reality is that priorities shift, and a decade is a long time. These funds are not obligated to wildfire mitigation efforts. That said, I want to be very clear, I am not here to do war with the county. This is in no way personal. When I look to the Truckee way, we very clearly separate people from issues. In this circumstance, I simply disagree on the approach of this measure, but not on the goals that it is trying to achieve, which are very laudable. The county knows how I feel, how Truckee's council members feel. Passing this resolution will only be driving a stake into the county's heart and will do nothing more than strain relations between the town and the county. I fully recognize that, and as such, I do not believe we need to take formal action on the resolution before us tonight. It's now up to the voters of Truckee and the county. I want to close by saying that there were some errors that were made here. I would have liked the county to come to us earlier. Instead, we as council members were put in a near intolerable position in how this measure was constructed. Without earlier engagement, it does signal to me that what we think doesn't truly matter. Now it matters, though, because now we've made our voices and our positions known. I truly hope that this serves as a lesson to all of us in future matters that require town and county cooperation and collaboration. I strongly oppose Measure V, but I will still be here, arms open and waiting for the next opportunity to collaborate with our county. I'm very grateful to our staff for working so diligently on this, to my fellow county council members, and to the county staff for all of their work in these trying negotiations. I know just how difficult this was. With that, I will turn it over to my fellow council members for any final comments on this issue and whether they support my recommendation to not take formal action on the resolution before us tonight. That would mean that the council does not adopt a formal position on this tax measure. With that, Councilmember Pallavi, would you like to make any comments?
Sure, Mayor Henderson, but I'm not sure I could say anything as eloquently as you just so stated. I agree with almost everything you just said, or just about everything you just said. My position has also been made clear before, and I will echo that, and I will support the action that you've presented tonight. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Pallavi. Councilmember Roback.
Thank you, Mayor. I appreciate what you shared, and I will follow my fellow council member. I don't have anything additional to add, and I support the action you've proposed, which is no action tonight.
Thank you, Councilmember Romack. Councilmember Klostad.
I sincerely appreciate the reconsideration of this action and hope that it bridges some gaps that we might have created, because I think the partnership is ultimately what's going to serve our community most. So I'm in support of not taking action on the resolution. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Zabriskie.
I believe it's unanimous.
Okay, thank you. I do need to open public comment on this item before we take a vote. So with that, I will open public comment. And if anyone would like to make a comment on item 6.2, you may step to the podium now. And the podium is all the way in the back corner. We had to shift it around.
Mayor Henderson and, oops, what is on? Okay, thank you. Mayor Henderson? No. Can you hear me? I can speak loud. Oh, there it is.
There you go.
Mayor Henderson and honorable council members, thank you so much for reconsidering this. I appreciate it. We understand that it wasn't rolled out the way we all wanted it to be. We appreciate your patience in the process and staff working diligently, both county staff, town staff, the town council, and all of you have taken time to discuss it with me and other county staff members. So I just want to say thank you for reconsidering it. I'm looking forward to taking this measure to the voters and having them weigh in on our priorities for Measure V. We do believe it's going to be a county-wide regional solution. As we know, wildfire is a regional problem that we face, and we haven't had a significant fire here in Truckee in quite some time, but yet we suffer the effects of regional issues, wildfire and others. County jurisdictionally as a regional entity, coordinating all of our fire partners, the town and others to come together on a regional solution. So I think this is in front of us. We understand it wasn't rolled out properly. Time is of the essence, and here we are together. We do look forward to the partnerships we have in the future, and we have a number of them on the table. We have a great track record of working together. ARPA, CARES Act, coronavirus, recreation, tourism, economic development, our shared legislative platform. We just have a number of different things we're working on. I'm glad that you took the chance to preserve that equity and continue building it and let this go straight to the voters for their consideration and hopefully the benefit of our regional economy and our forests and our homes and our towns. So I just want to say thank you for the consideration and appreciate your time in this.
Thank you, Supervisor Bullock.
Good evening, Mayor Henderson, honorable council members. My name's Steve Monahan. I'm the county agency director that houses our Office of Emergency Services. I echo Supervisors Bullock's thanks to you for reconsidering this action tonight. I can tell you, as the agency director who's overseen our Office of Emergency Services for over 15 years now, it's a different time now, and I know you all are aware of that too. And just as a good example, we averaged about 6 days a year that we had our emergency office center open, our EOC, emergency, and now we're averaging over 50 days a year. And that's just due to the different types of emergencies. We're having floods, snowstorms, wildfires, dam events, global pandemics. I mean, it's across the boards, and they're more impactful, they're longer in duration, and they're much more costly, of course. So with that, I just want to thank a couple of your staff, starting with Bob Womack, your emergencies manager. Bob's a member of our county EOC team, and he's invaluable. He's participated in many events with us and runs one of our sections, or helps run one of our sections, and has just been fantastic, and we couldn't do it without him. Also, we've worked closely with your current and previous local fire chief and police chiefs, and that partnership is really great on these important issues. Also want to thank your town manager, Jen Calloway, and your attorney, Andy Morris, on working with the MOU. They were really fantastic and collaborative on that. And if there's any questions you have on Measure V, I'd be happy to answer those for you this evening. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Monahan. Would anyone else like to make a public comment on item 6.2? Okay. Seeing none, I will close public comment on this item, and I think we are in a place where I would entertain a motion. Don't we have to make a motion to not take action on the resolution?
So you have two options.
Okay.
You can make a motion to officially not take a position, or you can just take no action, which I think is what you described. So there's no motion necessary for that.
Okay, easy enough. So no action, and we move directly to our next agenda item, correct? After a brief recess?
Correct.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you for that. Our next item is 7.1, which is our Joint Council and Planning Commission study session. We have a lot to talk about in this. And so we're going to take a brief recess, reset the room, invite our planning commissioners up here, and then we will continue into our discussion. Thank you, everyone.
It's got so much time.
And my son found his passport. Oh, yay.
Wish you could find mine.
Do I need to salute you three? Good. Okay.
Okay, welcome back, everyone. We are moving into our discussion items, and we really have one quite large discussion item tonight. 7.1 is our Joint Council Planning Commission study session, direction on the draft 2040 general plan. As always, we're going to start with our presentation, and Danielle is going to kick that off. And I just sort of wanted to frame this up. I know I've said this before, but this is really an opportunity for everyone to weigh in. We will actually have two different opportunities for public comment this evening. And there are going to be places where we probably disagree, right? That's just part of this process, but we can do that in a really respectful way. And so I just want to reiterate the intent here is to maintain really respectful conversations and to really embrace our Truckee way. So with that, Danielle, I'm going to kick it over to you for our presentation, please.
Great, thank you. Jenna's going to do my steering and navigation through the presentation. So I'm going to start with a bit of an overview, and as the mayor mentioned, we have a little bit of a different format tonight, so we are going to allow for two opportunities for public comment. What we're talking about more specifically is the work that we've done up until this point. So we've spent a lot of time collecting input with public comment. As staff, we worked to respond to those public comments in writing, which was helpful dialogue both for us to understand kind of the breadth of interest in the community, but also to match that up with the prior conversations with the council and the commission. What we're not going to talk about tonight, though, is another component of the update, which is the EIR. although we're working on that, it's a bit of a separate process. So we've received comments. Our consultant is getting copies of those and starting to work through cataloging them and looking for how they're going to approach the responses to those. But we didn't include any of those public comments in the discussion tonight, but just know that if you submitted something, we have received them, and those are going to be added together with our draft EIR, and those written responses will be in what's called the final EIR. So it's sort of two components, the draft EIR as written, all those comments with the responses packaged together becomes the final EIR. So not tonight, but something in process. What we also did for next steps is added another joint session. Part of it's because we're at a very complicated part in our process where we've had lots of different discussion, and now we're getting to the point where we're really fine-tuning and kind of talking about where this general plan is going to land. So we tried to structure the staff report to kind of reflect that. The other thing that we added in the staff report was conversations about our safety and noise element, that we are required to have the Board of Forestry review our safety element, and their timing didn't quite match up with what we expected to have for the Planning Commission's first hearing, which was November 1st. Thankfully, they do have a meeting November 1st. They're not as regular with their meetings as I had hoped they would be, but by having a meeting on October 11th, we'll be able to meet that November 1st deadline for them to do that review. And an interesting component of that is we really can't make changes once we decide that we're going to give it to them. They're going to make recommendations based on that version. If there's minor tweaking that has to happen afterwards where maybe we're making something stronger, they would be okay with that, but not taking away any of the policies, not taking away any of the actions or anything to that extent. So Jenna is working with Yumi and Bob Womack on working through a self-assessment of how our draft safety and noise element is pairing up with the requirements that both CAL FIRE has on behalf of the Board of Forestry, and then what we've seen and kind of understand as far as their review. So it's a bit of a complicated process, but something that we've now built into the time frame, and I think by being able to talk about that draft of the safety element at the next meeting, along with some other things, we should be able to meet that November 1st time frame. Next slide, Jenna. So for tonight, the staff report included 5 questions, and I'll go over those in a subsequent slide. As I mentioned, we're going to have 2 opportunities for public comment. So the first one, after I kind of do that summary so everyone understands what those questions are, and then the council's going to go through each topic and have the opportunity to do question and answer as part of each of those. So we're going to break them out into 5 separate sections. And then once we're done with that and we've received kind of the final ideas about what to include in the October 11th meeting, we'll have another opportunity for the public to comment on anything that they've heard tonight. This was the easiest way for us to try and get through everything and still provide that public comment that I know people are interested in providing once they've heard all the information. So what are we discussing tonight? So again, all the attachments in the staff report were compiled based on the work that we've done so far for the comments we received, whether it was with questions the council and commission asked as part of prior joint sessions, a public comment that we've received, any other kind of conversations and things that we've had. So you'll note that there's one additional action we put in there about Gregory Creek. That's been based on conversations that we've had with property owners. So there's some new stuff in there that we are just trying to put all in one spot and make sure are compiled. So the first question is about, have we kind of responded to everything? And it's a little bit of a large question for us to break through, but I'll get into that when we talk about it more specifically. Second question is about our 2040 greenhouse gas emission reduction targets, whether we can consider that as part of the next climate action plan element update. The third question, are there any modifications to the draft timeframes for the actions that we want to consider? So this is really a chance to look at them all compiled in one section and decide if that kind of reflects what we anticipate our implementation timeframe to be for the general plan. Fourth question, do we want to continue to use level of service as a threshold? And Becky will help me with that, so you'll see me turn it over to Becky when we get to that question. And then our fifth question is really the chance to identify outstanding topics to address. I will say, though, I already have 7 on the slide here of some pretty substantial conversations, And so it should be something very specific that we haven't already talked about if we're going to get through it at this next meeting. So I just want to set that framework before we kind of have that context. A little bit about the next slide, Jenna, public comment that we've received. So this is public comment after I had already prepared all the written responses, but it's been coming in as part of this meeting. And again, it doesn't include all of the EIR comments that we've received, so we're kind of separating those out. And this is just a very general summary. It does not reflect everything that came in. There were a lot of comments, and I read through them all, but I was trying to pick out things that kind of reflected some of the major points that were raised. So everything from discussion about the REACH code timing, what's in the REACH codes, discussion about some of our programs we're talking about, which would include whether staff needs to be added, the electrification discussion, that's been part of the REACH code discussion that we've had, including definitions for better specificity of topics such as affordable workforce and achievable housing, also including renewable energy. Talking about focusing on garbage instead of dock standards and being sure to include property owners when we decide to talk about Darn Lake issues, making sure that the goals identified in the general plan are achievable, discussion about off-site tree replacement as something that we could look at for tree removal on-site, modifications to our VMT thresholds in consideration of EV use, and that includes all the aspects that go with EV, such as the stations to charge, reduced parking, not creating significant greenhouse gas reductions, and going back and revisiting that topic to talk about if people do have EV cars, they're still going to be parking. Are we kind of underselling the amount of parking that we will anticipate needing over the life of the general plan? And some questions. How is it determined if development significantly impacts the town's natural ecosystem? So some of these are very specific to whether policies or actions that were identified. How does infill promote equitable development patterns? The plan fails to account for proposed critical upgrades and improvements to the Tahoe Forest campus. This is specific to Tahoe Forest comment letter that we received with a request that the town revise the draft general plan and include, and also the draft ER to include the hospital's specific plan proposal. And then another comment we received kind of more specific about local food system and regenerative agriculture as a possible new initiative with Keep Truckee Green. So a lot of different comments, a greater variety, I would say, even somewhat than we'd had in the past, that I think the community is still engaged and interested. So I did want to just put these out here to kind of consider. I think I might have one more. So focus on mitigations for retrofitting existing buildings, just in recognition of our climate here. Talking about height limit, that came up quite a few times, and some specific comments about Jaboom Street and compatibility with our historic downtown. Proceeding without knowing totally what our wildfire threat is and how our plan's mitigating that, and a request to pause the process to reconsider broader wildfire and climate impacts. I think that's everything at this point.
Thank you, Danielle. I think what was, to me, so exciting about seeing all of the public comments that continue to come in is that people are engaged on so many different issues as part of this general plan update, which is truly a massive undertaking. So I was actually quite excited to see the diversity within the comments that we're getting, and they were very, very good comments. So with that, right now we are going to open public comment. This is an opportunity for anyone to speak to any of these issues. As Danielle stated, we're going to have public comment right now. Then we'll go into council commission clarifying questions and discussion around these 5 specific topics that staff posed in the report. And we'll come back at the end, which I realize might be quite late for some, to open public comment again. And we're really doing that because what you hear up here, you may want to comment on once we get to the end of the meeting. So, as always, public comment will be 3 minutes per person. Please state your name for the record. The podium is in the back, and just make sure the mic is on. You should see a little red light. So with that, I will open public comment for anyone who would like to make one on any of these vast items. And I feel like there are probably a few, so you can actually queue up right in the back, kind of along that back wall, right by Bob Womack. Bob, raise your hand for everyone right there.
Hello, test. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Honorable council members and commissioners, first, you're doing the unsung heroes work, wading through thousands of pages of comments and well over 100 hours of meetings on the general plan. I know because I've only participated in a fraction of those that some of you have participated in. I specifically want to thank the planning staff for processing the hundreds of comments from the community, and I would like to highlight and encourage you to support the staff recommendation for East River Street zoning. The specific language on that is evaluate rezoning existing high-density residential zone parcels on East River Street to riverfront mixed use as a means to implement the downtown river revitalization strategy. On a related topic, and one that you addressed in the last meeting, was that we're excited about the railroad crossings and hope that this is all for not only the rail yard, not only downtown, but also the rail yard extension of downtown to East River Street. That would make a really amazing connection to hopefully a revitalized East River Street. And I realize that I may not have mentioned my name. It's Jan Holland, and I'm president of the Truckee River Legacy Foundation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Holland. Go ahead, step right up.
Good evening, Mayor Henderson, council members, Chair Gove, commissioners, Patrick Flora, Contractors Association, Truckee, Tahoe. Just want to take a moment to reiterate numerous concerns that we have, but also that you will consider them as an opportunity to make some modifications now before the general plan is adopted, and hopefully come up with a balanced, better general plan that doesn't necessarily is not at odds with the ultimate goals, specifically on the climate action plan element. I would also like to just take a moment to thank our entire general plan update committee. While our comments have my name at the bottom, that was very much a group effort. So again, thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Flora.
Town council members and members of the town staff, thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to talk to you tonight. I'm Matt Tucker. I'm a 10-year plus resident of Truckee, and I'm a father of 2 children, a husband, and also a climate activist. I think about climate pretty much on a daily basis. So I wanted to address the issue of the climate action plan not meeting the 2040 greenhouse gas reduction targets. I know there's concern about putting off anything to do any revisions at this point, given how far along you are in the process, and I understand that so much work has been put into the general plan at this point, and so I understand your concerns. I just want to point out, and this may sound like the classic climate alarmism, but I don't know how many of you are aware that the last time the Earth had as much carbon dioxide in the atmosphere as it does today was 3 million years ago, when sea levels were 80 feet higher than they are today, when camels were roaming in forests at the edge of the Arctic Ocean without any ice. So I think it's fair to say that, rushing to finish a general plan before we've addressed the climate issues that we need to resolve might be considered short-sighted by some. And I appreciate all the work that you all have put into the general plan at this point, and can understand your reticence to revise in a major way. But I also want to state that, we do have, a major problem here in terms of the amount of emissions that we're generating as a civilization, and that we do need to address that. So thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Tucker.
Good evening, Town Council, Planning Commissioners, and staff. Sophia Heydrich with Mountain Area Preservation for the record. First off, I wanted to thank you all for hosting the study session tonight and for providing the opportunity for us to comment on some of the proposed changes. I also specifically wanted to shout out the consideration of MAP's comments and responses to all the comments that we brought up so far. There are some things that are proposed tonight that I really am supportive of and really was happy to see. Specifically, removal of the SR 267 widening proposal between Brockway Road and Placer County. inclusion of language related to redevelopment of large office spaces into smaller offices as opposed to just adding more. Policies specifically related to protections for groundwater dependent ecosystems, that's fantastic. And then finally, there was a new action item related to the reduction of single-use plastics. That was not a MAP comment, but I still think it's amazing, so happy to see that included as well. There are a few things that I was a little disheartened to see in reviewing the supporting materials for tonight's agenda, specifically a sense memo related to the Climate Action Plan. While I do agree that additional technologies and information will become available in the coming years to advance progress toward meeting those emission reduction targets, I don't think that that means that we should kick the can down the road. I don't think that that means that we shouldn't be doing everything that we can right now to meet those 2040 emission reduction targets. I have to say, when I first saw the town's emission reduction targets, I was so thrilled and so surprised, and I thought, wow, Truckee is really at the forefront of this issue, is really moving forward and is progressive. But those targets don't mean anything if we don't have actions to back them up. So I'm really hoping tonight that the town council will continue to maintain the direction that you have provided previously, which is to meet those 2040 climate reduction targets. Additionally, the Climate Action Plan is still lacking in some baseline information and data. This is a comment that we've brought up a couple of different times. I was really hoping to see more of that information provided in the proposed changes. It's still missing. It's hard to say, especially in a self-mitigating EIR, what impact each of the actions and policies will have in terms of those emission reductions targets without having more information about kind of the specific relationships there. And then finally, I would like to reiterate the importance of having strong policy language. So many policies are encouraged and supported, but they're not required. And again, in a self-mitigating EIR, it's really hard to say how an impact will be mitigated when something's just encouraged and it's not required to be implemented. We don't know what impact that will ultimately have. So again, just encouraging you all to strengthen some of that existing language that is really great. It just needs to have the extra punch and that requirement behind it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Heydrich. Would anyone else like to make a public comment? Again, if you want to, just to keep us moving, go ahead and queue up at the back if you would.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. My name is Deirdre Henderson. I'm a Truckee resident. I'd like to just make a general comment about the Climate Action Plan. We do very little in the plan to address finance, and finance is the big, important issue that we need to address if we're going to have any chance of meeting our climate action goals. We need to be more specific about our desire to investigate both public and particularly private finance. And I know these are difficult problems. Not many of us have a whole lot of knowledge about private finance, but we're going to have to learn because that's where a lot of what we're going to be able to do is going to come from. So I'd like to encourage you to include more about our need to investigate and develop public and private finance to achieve those goals. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Mrs. Henderson.
Good evening, Council and Commission. My name is Alexis Aller, Executive Director of Mountain Area Preservation. Thank you again for hosting the session tonight. I know that it caught our staff off guard as we were working hard to get our draft EIR comments in on Friday by 5 p.m. But I think with knowing the new information, the changes that are being proposed, and the likelihood of adopting this on November 29th is sort of slipping from reality with changes that need to be addressed with the Board of Forestry reviewing the safety element. And so I really would encourage the council to set dates certain and times certain for the Planning Commission hearing and the council hearing, when those final dates will be, because I know we didn't get the extension on the draft EIR for 15 additional days because the comment was made that we don't want to impact the holidays. If we have a hearing on November 29th, that means a staff report's going to come out on Thanksgiving. that's impacting the holidays. So if the council and the commission care about the community and you want people to participate, please set dates and times certain for these final hearings that do not impact the holidays. I think that your community and your taxpayers would greatly appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Aller.
JD Haas, 101.5 Truckee Tahoe Radio, and I've been asked many times by a lot of my listeners these questions and what's going on in here. And I don't feel that, I know that you've tried to get the message out, but there's a lot of information here that when I bring it up with different people in the public, they don't know anything about this. They're like, what is going on with this? What is in this general plan? How did this happen? What's going to happen? What's going to be this? And I'm like, yes. And I said, well, you need to be there at 5 o'clock. These people have families and jobs. I understand we all do too here, but I packed a dinner and a lunch over here, okay? So I came prepared. But they have children as well, and they can't come. And I don't believe that the reach out to our general public on certain issues has met its goal. Just because you've posted on Facebook, you've got to like your social media. Fortunately, I'm media, so I look at your Facebook posts. But I'm going to tell you, people aren't watching your Facebook posts. A few of them are, and they're not watching the videos. So I would ask that you reach out again, and you postpone, and you bring these items up to the people. I know you have a deadline, and you've worked really hard, but I still don't understand why we're ramrodding this through on a certain deadline, and you didn't start my clock. So, I'll only take another minute and a half, okay? So I urge you to do that. I urge you to take the time, and I urge you to really educate the public about what's going on, and not just with social media. Get out there and do it. There's people that care, but they can't be here. And I started the first meeting off, and I'll leave it with this. When you're making your decisions tonight, do you want to die in Truckee? Should be a question. Do you want to grow old and physically die in Truckee? Do you? Okay? Or do you want to die in Truckee with the wrong infrastructure? That's pretty bad. Can you afford to die in Truckee? Can you physically afford and monetarily afford to die in Truckee and spend your life here? You should think about this as you're going, if that's you're making decisions for others, because we've given our life to the town and we've came here. So I ask you to make sure that you consider that when you're making these decisions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Haas. Would anyone else like to make a public comment? Okay. Seeing none, we will close public comment, and Danielle, we will move into the policy-related clarifying questions and then deliberations, and we're going to take these one at a time. So I'm going to turn it back to you just to kind of tee up our first one.
So for our first question, this was a thought-provoking question put in the staff report as for you to think about as you were doing a review. It wasn't the expectation that we were going to go line by line, policy by policy, action by action as part of this discussion. So I had a couple little bubbles on the side and the screen here to cue us of thinking big picture about topics, anything that wasn't sort of previously talked about or addressed that is in your top tier of things that you really want to discuss as a group. I think we've been able to get through a lot of the details, but this is the chance to kind of pull back again and just say, are we moving in the direction that we want to go? Because part of this process is to move us forward. I will also acknowledge that you can modify a general plan once it's been adopted. So we may not get it perfect the first time, but you can modify it up to a certain number of times every year if that's the direction we decide we missed something, or in implementation, we need to do something different. So it's helpful to think of it as a living, breathing document. I think that we've made a lot of progress in kind of pulling together all the various ideas that we've heard. But this question really is more to that point of, we're kind of getting to that finish line. We're at the heart of everything that we've been working on. We're in the thick of the complexity right now. So what is it as a group, did we kind of not already look at that you want to talk about? The other thing I'll just add, which is somewhat related, we spent a lot of time working through writing responses to all the public comment that we've got. It was not our intention to keep doing that process moving forward so that we can kind of get into the more technical side of the work that we need to do between working with the consultant on the EIR and then also writing the actual resolutions, going through all the SB2 work that we have to do, which includes proposed changes for the zoning maps and everything else. So there's just a lot of technical work that we as the staff need to spend time doing. Ultimately, we want to get this to a point where we can implement the things that we want to do as part of the general plan. So if we spend more time going through and only getting into these technical details now, we won't get to a point of adoption. So part of what we've been doing is keeping a very tight hold on the time frame and moving things forward so that we can meet that expectation and have something adopted that generally reflects all the things that we've talked about.
Danielle, before we go into policy question one, I think that that's a really, really important comment, that we do view this as a living document. I will say that, at least from my perspective, this council truly has embraced a mindset of continuous improvement. So we're not going to get everything perfect, especially not on the first try, but we're going to try a lot. A good example are our housing solutions. We are trying so many different housing programs right now and rolling those out, evaluating those, and sort of embracing a fail forward, fail fast. We're going to iterate and we'll modify our policies and programs when they're not working. And like you said, legally, we do have the opportunity to modify every single element within this multiple times a year if we needed to. So with that, let's move right into policy question one. Yes, Danielle?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. So we'll start with any clarifying questions as always, and then we're going to move right into kind of discussion, deliberation. So with that, I will start over here. Vice Mayor Romack, would you like to weigh in on your thoughts on policy question one for staff?
Well, yes, I did just first want to start and say thank you to the staff and all the staff behind us. I know this was an incredible effort, and I know it was challenging for all of us and everybody out there to read through everything, but I know it was challenging for you to compile it all. So I do just want to acknowledge all the effort you put into it and all the effort everybody on the team did. I really appreciated that. You know, I guess one slightly process question. I know you're asking us to think big, and have we adequately responded to questions and concerns? I did find when I was reading through, and I really appreciated, you know, the green and blue line changes, if there are some things in some of those where we're feeling like, you know what, that didn't capture what I heard, or no, that's not what I was thinking, is this the best time to bring that up when we're discussing it, or?
I think if it's a wordsmithing, kind of, you know, slightly change the idea that's in there, but generally reflects like a comment that you heard pretty clearly and we just didn't capture it right, I would say just send that to me so that I can go back through. Because even though we've already responded to public comment, we're still getting continuous public comment. So we want to go through those also and see if that should trigger any other changes too based on the discussions we're having. So I think it's easier for us to just go ahead and see it in writing, and then we can talk about it with the next changes.
Okay. And if it's maybe bigger than wordsmithing, where I think, you know, a fellow council member added it in, or a commissioner, and maybe that's not what I think is appropriate, then we should bring that up today as we're going through. Okay. Just wanted to clarify that. That's it for questions right now.
Okay. Thank you. Councilmember Zabriskie.
We're doing small a
Yes.
generally.
Yes. You're correct.
Yeah.
Small, he's referring to has staff adequately responded to public and council commission interests, concerns, and comments.
Is that the question to me?
It is, sir.
The answer is generally.
Generally, yes?
Yes.
Okay. Councilmember Klostad, any clarifying questions?
Well, I would just say that we've heard a couple of times about expanding our goals of migrating industry off of West River Street, that it should be expanded to East River. We heard it a couple of council meetings before and again tonight. I know we discussed that during the GPAC, What was the reason why we decided not to do that? I cannot remember why.
So we included an action for East River Street, and I'll find that for you.
Okay, so we did amend it to include East
Yeah,
River.
so it's land use 1E.
Okay.
We called it East River Street zoning. Evaluate rezoning existing high-density residential zoned parcels on East River Street to riverfront mixed use as a means to implement the downtown river revitalization strategy. We also included another action about further implementing the river strategy, which...
Expanding that to East
Yes.
River as well? Okay, great.
So that one, let's see if I can find that. So nice to have word searching.
Mine didn't pull it up.
And while you're looking that one up, I'll ask my other question. So I've had many conversations with constituents about our climate action plan, and I know we'll talk about that in another question. But my question here is, what would we be able to, or is there a negative impact of adding something to the effect of develop public and private financial planning to achieve the CAP goals? Is there anything that any reasons why we would not want to consider adding that as an action?
I mean, I think one of the public comments we got was worded to the effect of investigate. So that could be a word that we used, or we could be more explicit, but it would be an action we could add.
So if my fellow council members and commission members are interested in seeing that, I would like to see that added.
Where is it?
It was just spoke about tonight.
And I would just weigh in and say the extent to which we can strengthen the language to some of the comments that we've received thus far.
And then back to the other action I was talking about, we put it in economic development. We called it a new action ED6A, Truckee River Corridor Program. Create a Truckee River Corridor Enhancement Program that implements the goals of the Downtown River Revitalization Strategy. And that was one that we had responded to in some of the council commission questions we received, so that we could get into a little bit more specifics through a program of how we can actually implement the strategy. So we can define that however we want through that future program, East River, West River, what's in, what's out, whatever it is.
It's in the development code and next steps kind of thing.
It doesn't even have to be in the development code. It could be a program. So it's how we want to spend our funding. It could be future actions to change the development code. It could be incentives for redeveloping properties. It could be a lot of things.
Okay. And then the comments from Contractors Association about referencing having achievable housing within Truckee in the climate action plan. I thought it was, but maybe not in that context of reducing VMT.
So we have a separate action in the housing element that requires us to define achievable housing, because we don't actually have the AMI parameters built in of a definition. So it is already in our implementation plan of something to do. So I think that's, we can cross-reference between those.
Okay, so we should cross-reference that from the CAP then, it looks like. So we don't want to replicate it. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Pallavi.
Sure. Thank you. Maybe mine's a little bit more of a process question, but at what point do we anticipate we're going to be talking about like a preferred land use alternative again, and potentially one of, a couple of the focus areas? Is that on the docket for today or for a future meeting?
So we proposed to talk about Gateway. That was the one that I think we heard between council and commission. There was interest to go back and revisit that, particularly with respect to hospital-owned properties, but I think also just broadly for that area. We have not heard sort of a consensus about going back and revisiting substantially other areas that we talked about as part of the land use alternatives process. But we did also ask you tonight if there's other things that you want to put on the next agenda for discussion. I would just caution that we're so far down the road now and kind of where we're at, that if we're talking about doing substantial changes to the land use plan, we probably need to understand what those are.
So land use was going to be the 11th, the next meeting.
So land use is going to be the 11th, and then tonight we're going to get into what you had on the slide, the previous slide, the A through Gs. We're going to try to get through some of those tonight, so we're going to talk about Gateway.
Those were the ones that I already had based on prior discussion that we should talk about in more detail next time. I just couldn't do that all tonight along with everything else that we gave you. It's just too much information.
Got it. Okay. So we're going to talk about that on the 11th but that's still a joint meeting. So when would we be taking action on something like that?
Yeah, not until we get to the hearings. So the Planning Commission would be making a recommendation, and then the council would be doing it as part of your hearings. Hopefully.
And is that the best place to be sort of editing on the fly and stuff like that? No.
No, that's why we have these discussion sessions between this one and the next one. I mean, we're obviously not through this, so we don't know what the full extent or scope of what your interests are, which is why we're hosting these, to make sure that we're kind of fleshing that out. Ideally, you would like to go into hearings with minor tweaks at best.
Well, that's, I guess, what I was getting at was at what point, because these are discussion hearings providing direction, they're not necessarily endorsements of a certain alternative or actual overlay or anything like that. I mean, it doesn't sound like we're going to have a decision-making meeting on any of this until we get to a hearing is sort of what I just heard. So I guess that's what I'm trying to understand.
So we were kind of working under this process time frame of trying to do adoption by November. We've changed that now because of some circumstances with our safety element and other things that have come up for discussion, like modifying the economic development element too. But we could have sort of an interim council only, like pre-discussion if you want, and then have the hearing. Either way, the Planning Commission is required to make a recommendation to your review body before you take any action. So it's if you want to change that process, you have that ability. We've not finished that scheduling at this point because we wanted to hear this meeting and next meeting's results.
Okay. I guess I feel like, and maybe we'll get into it at the October 11th meeting, that we've heard some concern since that last direction was given back in June, and I just don't want to get us to a hearing and have to make edits. So that's just been my perception, and everybody else can feel free to chime in on that. I guess my only other area that I'm not quite sure has been adequately responded to, or I might have missed it, was sort of how state law is intersecting with our unit counts and all of that. I know we had a private conversation. I'm not sure, and I got some data on that, but I'm not sure if that has made it either into the record for everybody to be able to see, and I just missed it. That's totally possible, and I apologize. But making sure that that has made it in there, and if we need to have additional conversations regarding the number of units and the number of our built environment, that to me kind of fits in that same vein. So.
And the data that I had shared with you kind of in an email also made it into attachment 5.
Page 150.
Yeah, it was in attachment 5, which was sort of the additional council commission responses that we put together. And that was a compilation of things that we didn't quite answer through the process as we were, keeping up with things. So we just kind of put it all in one spot. But everyone has access to that same information.
Okay. And then my last question has there been, I think from the start of this, we've been operating at a deficiency of sort of light industrial and manufacturing, and we're continuing to operate under that presumption. Has there been an edit to any of that brings us back up as well? And again,
we did.
You're all shaking your heads yes, so I did a poor job reading it.
Yeah, we did change.
Very unfortunate.
It was a lot to get through. So,
it was a lot to get through.
Yeah, we did change
in 4 days.
The action in here to look at additional industrial land from 5 acres to, I think we had it as 10 to 15.
What page is that?
I remember seeing it.
5 to 10.
Anybody got a page?
No, but it was going from 5 to 10.
5 to 10?
5 acres to 10 acres.
10 acres, yeah. Commissioner Freeman just said page 100.
Thank you.
So it's.
And I have no further questions. They have apparently all been addressed.
Yeah, it was. Say 5 to 10 because we have 10 to 15.
It says 10 to 15 in the
Okay.
on page 100.
Yeah, it was land use action 4A. listed as comment number 22 under the land use element.
Thank you. I'm good.
Okay.
Those were my questions.
Thank you, Councilmember Pallavi. Over to our commissioners. Chair Gove.
Okay.
Would you like to weigh in on this first policy question?
Yeah, I would echo Commissioner Zabriskie's answer generally.
Councilmember.
Sorry, thank you, Councilmember. Pardon the.
Not trying to put words in your mouth.
Yeah. And I think it would depend on also who you asked. I think, there's definitely some public out there that feels like that they haven't been heard. And for a long time, some of the feedback that I got from the committee was that they hadn't been heard. It felt like a lot of times they came back with questions, and then their comments would be just kind of, and maybe Nikki can weigh on this a little bit better, but I felt like the response or reply that I got from several of the committee members that we would ask questions of staff, and then you guys would go back to assent, and then assent would kind of opine, and it didn't really feel like that was taking into really community character and things like that into consideration. So generally, I think is a fair answer, and it's a tough question to be asked of you guys, because there's always going to be critics on both sides. So it's a big ask. So yeah, generally I think it's done a good job.
Thank you, Chair Gove. Vice Chair Tarnay.
I had a large question, and I hope that I read well enough, but I didn't see an answer to it. My question was, if the road improvements listed in Table M2, are they exempt from further CEQA studies because of this overarching EIR?
So I think these were questions you asked about the planned improvements that are identified in the general plan. So things like the third Tahoe Donner connector.
Yes, they are road.
They would have subsequent CEQA review.
I'm sorry, what does that
They
mean?
would have subsequent CEQA review if they were
would have
proposed as a project.
Additional CEQA review, meaning they're not exempt because they are part of this plan.
So this
under
plan
the
is
EIR.
a program level EIR, which means it's very broad based. It's not a project level. So when you get to that point where you're talking about a specific project, you go back into CEQA and you do a secondary review. You may find it's exempt. You may find that you need to do other subsequent analysis, but you still go back through the checklist and look and see what you've done and what you need to do. So there would be additional review. That's the answer to your question.
Okay, but so I thought when it was included in this EIR that it was then exempt moving forward. That was considered a double study.
Yeah, I mean, Jenna's our CEQA expert. So feel free to jump in, Jenna.
I don't know about that. I mean, Danielle is right. There may be some things in the future that are adequately analyzed in our program level EIR, but I would suspect that a roadway infrastructure project would not be one of those, and that there would be additional CEQA review on something like that.
Oh, great. I appreciate that. Thank you.
So the idea of a program level EIR is that you can tier off of it down the road, and sometimes that may mean you don't need to do additional review, and sometimes it may just provide a certain level of analysis, and then you have to do additional analysis beyond that.
But when you say things like that, it makes me very uncomfortable. I want to know these specific projects, they would require further CEQA review. Yes or no?
Everything requires additional review. It's just a matter of what extent and scope. Anything that is defined as a project is required to go through that CEQA review process.
Even if it's a Cat X or a negative deck, it's still going to have to go to the clearinghouse, and somebody could protest that assessment.
Yeah. Correct.
And require more review.
All right. I appreciate that. I have more for other questions.
Okay. Commissioner Freeman.
Yeah, I would echo the sentiment that I think staff has done a good job responding to public council commission's comments and concerns. I mean, it's obviously a significant task, and I think this latest document that has the different colors and it's easy to see where the changes have been made is a good job.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Riley.
Thank you. First, I wanted to acknowledge the public comment, both the in-person public comment and what's been written, not just today, but what we've received over the last many years, 4, I think, plus years. I know sometimes it feels like you're not being heard, but you are being heard. by some of us, and we take your comments to heart. I wanted to raise this slide, or this kind of printout from a slide. This was back in the, when we were discussing, I think, the land use alternatives. This related to the major public comment themes that were raised during, whether it was GPAC and et cetera. I wanted to highlight some of those themes to kind of reference this first question about has staff adequately addressed public and planning commission and town council concerns. These are major themes. Preserve town character and protect Truckee's quality of life. Only more affordable locals housing is needed. Decisions need to be focused on preservation of open space and natural resources. MAP land use alternative is preferred. Staff is not listening and did not modify the alternatives in response to public input. Too many people here, too much congestion, lack of parking. Infrastructure cannot support high growth. Where is the less than 2025 general plan option? Wildfire risk, wildfire evacuation, overuse of town, overuse of the town over tourism, short-term rental growth. So I reflected on this in relation to this question, and I would say no. I don't think that this has been addressed adequately. I have made some kind of brief bullet points. I'll try to keep it terse. Councilmember Pallaby brought up changing the land use alternatives. That's kind of number one in my opinion. We need the opportunity to do that. That's the overarching cause of concern for me with regard to assessing, analyzing, and addressing the appropriateness of these policies, goals, etc. The Tahoe Forest Hospital Master Plan, there was an extensive letter submitted. Many of us have been pushing for months to talk about this. A letter was submitted in March of 2022. It didn't play any role in any of our discussions to date, at least that I'm aware of. Upper MacIver, another issue that I feel the public planning commission was dismissed and disregarded on. We were told we're going to address this during the general plan update. We never addressed it. We basically were told, you know, this is a takings, go away, we don't want to hear any more about it. Despite the fact that we have policies now being promoted with regard to vulnerable populations, protecting the landscape. We believe we're going to eliminate harm to any possibility of the dairy meadow, coupled with a very large-scale senior housing project that would be proposed on this scenic corridor, topographical sensitive spot. The issue of changing the scenic corridor standards, I haven't heard anyone asking for that. Maybe, again, that's coming from somewhere I'm not aware of. The policies regarding the industrial land, while I think it's wonderful, we have seen over the last 20 plus years, what we have so far has been ineffective. We really have been unable to move people off the river, because why would they, unless they're going to be paid to do that or financially incentivized to do that. So I want to see meat in policies like that so that we actually see something happen. I want to address other receiver sites with regard to Upper MacIver. My note was kind of out of order, but we weren't able to have that conversation the same way we're able to have it with these other discussions like industrial land. Prioritization of the existing master plan areas, that was something that was raised over and over and over again. How do we focus growth where we've already committed, rail yard, hilltop, etc. I don't believe we have adequately addressed the real population numbers. We are being fed numbers based on a part-time status, or or I guess it's the people living here full-time. We aren't looking at this appropriately in terms of, we do suffer the impacts of 100% of people here many times throughout the year. That affects many elements of our safety, quality of life, etc. And then my last piece I want to kind of highlight in terms of us not really adequately addressing concerns is how is 85% market rate in these increased growth areas in line with our climate action plan? Because as we all know, the majority of those market rate units are used by people who are only here part-time, and those people typically fly or drive here. I don't think they're taking rapid transit or any other alternative modes of transportation at this point. So that's all I have for the first piece.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Riley. Danielle, I feel like we've had some, sort of generally yes comments. Obviously, it's an incredibly challenging lift to be able to capture and integrate all of this into the 2040 general plan. The hundreds of comments that have been received. But do you feel like, I guess I have a question for you. We've gotten some additional information tonight. We've had a few people talk about industrial, for example, and how do you want to move this forward? Will some of these issues be included in that October 11th meeting then?
I think that's for you to decide as a group. The industrial discussion point already had some actions very specific to getting into more details about trying to find incentives for relocating industrial. We still have development code amendments that would need to happen to implement what that looks like along the river. So there's a lot of things that I feel like we talk about in part of the implementation phase versus creating new actions or policies, specific. So when I hear the discussion items, especially about industrial, I can think through what we've already included. I think it's just a matter of what's missing. There are some things that the council has provided prior direction on, like Upper MacGyver, that we were not anticipating having to go back and talk about again. So I think it's, as a group and you're having these discussions, do you want us as staff to spend more time on any of these topics?
Okay. So let's come back to that right now, I guess, as part of our discussion and deliberations. We've kind of gotten through more clarifying questions, if you will. And I will start back over here, if that's okay with you, Vice Mayor Romack. Any specific areas that you definitely want additional staff time spent on to come on that October 11th meeting? And Danielle, do you want to actually pull up the list of items that you already have identified for the October 11th meeting? I feel like that could be helpful.
If you would like to talk about it as part of this policy question, or if you want to talk about it as part of the future discussion of that policy question.
Part of question 5.
It's part of question 5, so it's kind of up to you if you want to talk about it now.
I just feel like it would be for me, it's helpful to see it in the context of this discussion. Is it helpful for my fellow council members and commissioners to see this now? I'm seeing some head nods. Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
I think land use, gateway area, as was talked about, workforce housing, these are things that I know we've heard a lot from the community and, heard from the commission that we should have more conversations about. So I'm comfortable if this is coming on the 11th, that we get into it on the 11th. Is that kind of what we're saying now? Like we're okay waiting to discuss some of these items until the 11th?
Yes. Okay. These are things we've not prepared to talk about today. They're things that we would like to give you additional context on. So like floor area ratio, what we have in there, we've presented to you as part of when we were talking about the briefing book and the land use alternatives, but the application of it, we have not gotten into the specifics of. And so your ability to talk as a group about, are those numbers too high, too low? Understanding the specifics of now that what that combined measurement means as far as density. There's just some things that we want to give you a little bit more background on. The one about workforce housing is very specific to the commercial land use designation because housing is not currently allowed. So we want to talk through why that came out that way in the land use plan and what that means for workforce housing. So there's just these topics that we, as we've been going through and making all these policy changes in response to these discussions, feel that there's just more information that you could use before making final decisions. And obviously we haven't talked about the vision statement, so that's one that Commissioner Riley asked to talk about.
So really, if there's anything in addition to these items that we haven't captured, that you've heard.
I mean, unless you want to
based
take
on
any of them
comments.
off the table, but I feel like
I think they're all worthwhile
they're all
topics.
worthwhile. I mean, I think the vision statement and the safety and noise element should be fairly quick reviews because those are kind of smaller in the scheme of things that we're talking about. Economic development, you've seen some of the changes in here, so Laura's already incorporated these changes into that next version, and that will be a much more condensed element than it was based on the direction you provided. So that one should be probably also a quicker review, but getting into kind of the workforce housing, gateway density, kind of the last discussion about mini storage gas stations, those are probably more time consuming.
Are we revisiting G because we're choosing to like just berate that topic till the end, or
Don't we already have that scheduled?
we've like discussed that thing 4 times. It's coming back yet again.
We don't need to talk about that on the 11th.
Yeah, I would like to talk about it.
So I mean, we should maybe. I'm just putting it out there. We know what you want to talk about. We've had an opportunity to talk about it at council 3 times. We're going to have a 4th opportunity to talk about it. So I'm just not sure that it's relevant to continue talking about it on the 11th if we're going to be.
My memory's not that good. I only remember one time before the last meeting.
We've talked about it 3 times now at the minimum.
The gas stations.
Yeah.
I think last meeting's first time it came up for me, or.
Well, that was the second, because that was the second reading. So
No, you
definitely
said
the second.
You said discuss, and the only time we discussed it was the last meeting.
So we can agree, we've discussed it more than once.
Well, once.
Can we weigh in on that? Like,
Hold on.
Anyway,
Hang on.
I would like us to discuss it in the context of the general plan, which we have not done. And I don't feel that we fully covered it 2 weeks ago, and that was partly my fault, I admit. So I think it's important enough to the community we talk about it again with the commission.
Okay. This is. I do want to go back, Councilmember Pallavi, you were sort of in the midst of a thought, I think,
Well,
as well.
so I think
wanna
number
respect that.
one, with respect to G, I would suggest, and I don't know if this is an action or how this is handled at this sort of session or meeting, but we already know this is coming back to us again. It already came back to us a second time, so it's not like the public doesn't have an opportunity or hasn't had an opportunity. The commission already has chimed in on this topic, and we, discussed it during the land, or it wasn't an issue during the land use element, right? I mean, I take responsibility for that one too. At the first time we dealt with the emergency moratorium, so I just feel like we have an opportunity if we're trying to cull this list and add things to it. To me, that would be one to cull because it's going to be talked about in open session yet again, right? So that would just
After
be
our deliberations, yeah.
correct, right? So that's just number one. Just secondly, I'm not so sure. So, going back to my comments that are on page 150 that pertain to the state law on SB 9 and lot splits and ADUs and other growth opportunities, I don't know if there's more conversation to be had in terms of what the population numbers and build out numbers scenarios look like with respect to the land use alternative. So within that framing of it, and that's more of an open question for the group is, is that something that people want to talk to so that there's an understanding of, how many units or whatever. I don't know necessarily what would come of it other than leading to a decision-making session on the land use alternatives, density, things like that, that seem to be the theme of what we are talking about. So to me, that feeds into that, but I don't know if it does for other people. So those would just be my 2 comments on things to add to number 5. I would add, just in the same way we do work plans, I would add something and delete something. So I would delete G and I would add just an understanding of all of that. So.
Thank you. And I think it's a good comment because Commissioner Riley also brought it up. I mean, we've had a lot of conversation around what these population numbers actually are, what they could look like at build out, and there's been a lot of back and forth on that. So, Vice Mayor Roma.
Can I just add, I feel like this seems a little out of order almost. Like, and I guess that's where I'm getting lost in process of, I feel like we might have some discussions tonight that might lead us down a path to staff, can you investigate this and bring this back on the 11th? So it feels like I'd rather have the other discussions before confirming that, yes, these are the things, or let's add or subtract. I don't know how everybody else, if there's anything right off the bat, sure, throw it out. But I also, it's kind of like, well, I have things to say based on other stuff. Where is that going to go before I can commit here?
Yeah, and I would agree with you.
Concur.
I mean, we could move on to question 2 if that's helpful. Kind of go back to that.
I would like to just say a few general comments about the little a. Okay, so first of all, I thank everybody who did provide comments, and like Mayor Henderson said, we did receive a very broad spectrum of comments. And there's still time for you to review them and reflect upon them. But given that, the wide range of opinions, changes that are recommended, and concerns, it's obvious to me, and hopefully it is to everybody here too, that we are not going to make everybody happy. We have to make decisions, and therefore there will have to be compromise. And that's what that has definitely challenged me. I have very high aspirations, especially for our climate action plan, but recognizing that we have to compromise in order to make it work for our contractors and make it work for our community members that are underprivileged, that compromise is absolutely essential. So I've adopted the motto of don't let perfection get in the way of success or of progress. And so I really want people to keep that in mind and have compassion for the fact that there is no one right answer for everybody. There is no perfect final decision. It's all going to be a compromise. Another key issue that I think has been raised is wanting the no growth option. And I want to be clear that I feel like if that were to be what came out of this 4-year process, it would be a failure. Growth is inevitable. We have property owners with entitlement rights. And what I want to see out of this general plan is making sure that those future developments are in alignment with our community character, in alignment with our climate action goals, in alignment with our aspirations to migrate industry off of the river and rejuvenate our river corridor, as well as create the housing that we need, and all of these other things that we've talked about. So I understand wanting to hold on to that, but I just want to make clear that that's why we went through this process, is the recognition that our previous general plan was not serving our community's needs and goals any longer. And we've spent 4 years looking at that, and we're going to do the best we can. And we will make changes and updates as we need to when we go forward.
Well said. Thank you.
A question.
Go ahead, Commissioner Riley.
Yeah, I'm wondering if Councilmember Klogstad could point me to the no growth option, because I've never seen a no growth option.
I think that's the point, that we recognize that's not.
Who's asked for a no growth option? Even our current general plan, as we've all looked at numbers for so many months and years, demonstrating there's the difference between the 2025 and the preferred alternative are quite small. Even our current plan foresees a pretty significant amount of growth. So I keep hearing this reference to the no growth plan, and I want to know which plan it is, because I have never seen a no growth plan. I think I've heard maybe 2 public commenters in 4 years who have said, let's reverse the clock. Yeah, I'd love to see nothing more happen. But I have never heard a commissioner, I've never heard a council member promote anything remotely close to that. So that I just want to kind of reframe things so everyone who's listening, everyone who's participated is on the same page, because I do have concerns about misrepresentation of information being misguided, misled. I think those are certain themes we've seen through this process, and I wanted clarity on this no-growth plan.
I'm reflecting on what you read earlier. One of the comments was, where's the no-growth option? I heard that plenty during our GPAC meetings, and I just felt like it was important to address that.
Yeah, there's no growth. It was a too much growth, slow down the growth, limit the growth, but no one said no growth.
There was.
So there was a no, where's the no-growth option?
I'm gonna interrupt and pull us back a minute, because I don't think the intent tonight is to necessarily debate certain types of public comment that we've received or not received. I do want us to really use these policy questions as our touchstones. If we don't do that, we're not going to be able to address and provide direction to staff for the October 11th meeting. And it's not me trying to cut anyone off at all or not provide perspectives, but I do want to come back to the discussion at hand. Danielle, do you want to weigh in on that?
I think that's helpful for us to kind of understand, what's outstanding. So we'll get to that. Clarity on this discussion point of no growth is helpful for us because we felt like we've heard those comments also. This is challenging. We've talked about, we're at the crux of this general plan. And compromise was something that we worked on to try and present different ideas that sometimes were competing. I mean, there were many things where maybe it didn't fit in exactly where someone thought it would go, but we tried to put it in other places. I think that looking at this from that big picture perspective and sort of, will we have the tools to help us make decisions in the future is very key to this general plan. If people have concerns about what's happening with the 2025 general plan, we need to make some of these revisions. And it may not be perfect. We've recognized that. But people do have rights to develop property. We will get housing projects where if we don't have objective design standards, if we don't have these tools in the general plan, we will have no say. So I think we're very cognizant as the staff of trying to make sure that we have these tools available so that when projects come to the Planning Commission or potentially get appealed to the council, that we all are on the same page about what those expectations are. Our developers are clear, the staff is clear, the community is clear. That clarity is not the same in the 2025 general plan as what we're trying to achieve with the 2040 general plan.
Mayor, do you mind if I say something?
Go ahead, Councilmember Zabriskie.
I haven't found anything that shows a proposed growth that's less than the general plan, but there is an alternative called the reduced development, which would have single family at 60 units more townwide and 298 multifamily units more. And I believe the one that's called the reduced development, that's alternative 3. And I think actually what it is, it's either the MAP proposal, the Mountain Area Preservation proposal, or a slight modification of it. That's the closest I've come to finding a no-growth alternative.
You're saying the MAP alternative is a no-growth alternative?
No.
Oh, I was just clarifying.
No, it's called a reduced development. It's the closest thing I've come to finding no growth. It's the lowest growth alternative I found, but it still has growth. I believe it came from Mountain Area Preservation. I believe it was their plan.
I think we got to stop the debate about this because at this point we
But
are
it's
where we're at.
It's just a point of information.
Yeah, and we
Page
need, if we're
42.
going to get through this, we need to move
Okay.
on into the conversation. Thank you.
The point was raised.
Yep.
That's the best I can find.
So I think if we move to policy question number 2, we could start there.
Did we finish B?
I'm not sure there's much that you're going to get out of B.
Yeah, I think we sort of intertwined A and B,
They
quite
are
frankly.
intertwined questions. So it wasn't the expectation that you would talk about them separately. That's just how we presented them in the staff report for your review process.
Oh,
So I would like us to move on to policy question 2, because we're not going to we still have 4 very substantial policy questions at this point. And I think we've received some general direction, and also we're going to, in policy question 5, Danielle, to your point earlier, kind of revisit exactly what's coming on October 11th. So Danielle, would you like to tee up policy question 2, please?
So policy question number 2 is about our climate action plan element. So our new element that we don't have any of these policies in the 2025 general plan. And so we've been working through what are the thresholds, what is appropriate for us as a community. I added some additional language about leadership based on some of the comments that we had, trying to really kind of change the introduction a little bit and make it more clear to someone who is picking up the general plan that this is a high priority for our community. So hopefully everyone had a chance to kind of review that language. But this question is very specific to interest in looking at the 2040 targets and modifying the entire element to meet those. So we asked Ascent to help us. They put together a memo as part of that, and we asked them to reach out to look at all of their clients that they have throughout the state of California. They do have a lot of their staff work at a very high policy level with the state also. So although we can agree to disagree about sort of the information they've put together to get us to this point, but I do think that they have the expertise to kind of help us understand what's happening statewide, which is why we asked them to put that memo together. And the question for us tonight is a pretty substantial question. Do we want to modify the plan to try and meet these targets, or can we set that aside for right now, recognizing that the council had already talked about updating the climate action element every 4 years?
I think I would just add that there was a recent climate and energy forum down in San Diego. Mayor Henderson was there and Councilmember Klostad, and there was a session related to the San Diego region caps, and that was reiterated in that session by different consultants and different people working that there is no cap meeting the standard. So it just confirmed what Ascent was telling us, is what I heard them say. So.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's sort of a struggle that we're all in. We all have these really ambitious goals around our GHG reduction targets, and do we actually have the policies and actions to get us there? Well, not exactly at this point in time. A lot of other jurisdictions are sort of in the same place, and it doesn't mean that they modify their goals, right? It's that we continue to work towards those goals. We don't pull them back. So thank you for that, Jen. It was a great session. Okay. So let's start over with our commissioners for this one, since we started with council on the last one, I guess. Commissioner Gove, would you like to weigh in on the cap and policy question 2 here?
I'd like to follow up on that if I could. Like as in go
Come back
last.
to you?
Yeah.
Okay, absolutely. Commissioner Tornay.
I'm sorry, I have to read the question to I would like to modify our plan to meet our 2040 targets.
What is the cadence? So when would be our next? Is it today, or is it in 4 years?
In 4 years.
So at this point, we have nothing in place, and so 4 years would be the first time we visit from now.
No, we would adopt the 2040 general plan, which would have this climate action plan that would have 2030 targets. And then in 4 years post-adoption, we would have the opportunity to go back and look at the cap again.
I mean, I'm fine with that. It's realistic.
Thank you. Commissioner Riley.
I don't have a strong opinion. This isn't something that I've put time into reviewing, admittedly, and I am relying on the expertise of others here. Granted, I support being stringent, but I also believe in being realistic.
Thank you, Commissioner Riley. Chair Gove, do you want me to come back to you after I get through council?
No, I think I'm good now. So
Okay.
understanding the way that Danielle answered the question, I would agree that that is a reasonable process to go through.
Okay, thank you. Over to this side, Councilmember Pallavi.
I support adopting the cap now and revisiting it 4 years.
Thank you. Councilmember Klostad.
I would say I have spent an extraordinary amount of time on this, and this is the hardest compromise for me to make. And until that session last week, I was ready to go to the mattresses on this one. But the reality is all we're going to be able to do if we try to update it now is we'll be putting in there aspirations for technology that we hope will exist by the time we get to 2040. and that's what became clear in all the other caps that were reviewed under this instance, that's the only thing that you can really do. So as much as I vehemently want to have a path to get to our 2040 goals, I'm willing to compromise on this, assuming that we stick very stringently to that 4-year update, that in 4 years we will be reviewing this, we will be evaluating new technology, new opportunities, and trying to reach those 2040 goals at that time.
Thank you. I know it was a hard compromise for you. I appreciate your willingness to do that. Councilmember Zabriskie.
I think we have sufficient technology right now to map out to 2040, but I don't see what that gains us doing it today, other than as an exercise, in part because I'm not happy with our consultant. We haven't been able to get the underlying information from them on which they base their proposed reductions for 2030. So I don't see them giving us the information. I don't think we have the will to compel them to provide the information. So for those reasons, I'm fine putting it off for 4 years and working towards those goals. What I know is we have enough information to get going right now and to start reducing emissions. And we don't need to put it in our climate action plan in order to do that.
Councilmember Romack.
I was just going to ask, we did have a commenter, making the suggestion that if we paused and did more research now into the climate action plan, we would be able to figure more of this out. But then when I heard from Councilmember Klovstad is it's not time right now, it's technology, and things are going to change a lot in the next 4 years. So I just wanted to check in. That's kind of what your take as staff and what Ascent's take as well is. It's not time right now, it's what's happening over the next 4 years.
Yes.
Okay. Then I'm comfortable with what everyone else has said and moving forward with what we have and looking at it again in 4 years.
This also is a hard one for me, like Councilmember Klovstad, because energy and climate is the space that I work in. I really want us to stick to our goals. I think that that's incredibly important, even if our policies and actions can't fully get us to those GHG reduction targets at this one moment in time. We really are in an unprecedented moment in time in terms of the funding that is flowing to work on climate and energy, down through the IRA, through the IIJA, to state energy offices, to local jurisdictions. So I agree that I think, technology is changing, the markets are changing, and the funding paths are changing in a very meaningful way. So I'm also, reticent, but agree that we should adopt the cap and continue to revisit it. I also think the 4-year cadence is important for, future councils to be able to weigh in and continue to iterate on this to eventually get us to actually achieve the targets that we are setting today for our greenhouse gas reductions. Danielle, I feel like you probably have pretty clear direction on that one. Do you feel comfortable?
Yep.
Okay.
Can I say one more thing?
Yes, please, go ahead, Commissioner Tornay.
This will come up under item number 4 on tonight's agenda, but there's plenty of things that we can physically do right now to lower our greenhouse gas emissions. And part of that involves not building more road infrastructure and not promoting more personal automobiles. And that is achievable as of today, and it does not need 4 years. That's all I want to say.
I think that's a great comment, and we committed to reviewing the cap extensively every 4 years. But Danielle, you also mentioned previously that, of course, any element could also be updated. If a particular item comes up, legally we have the opportunity to update those elements. We don't necessarily have to wait 4 years, but we're committing to absolutely revising and analyzing it every 4 years. Yeah. Correct? Yeah. Okay. policy number 3. Go ahead, Danielle.
Okay, policy number 3 is specific to attachment 3. So this is the one that was identified as the actions matrix. So what we did is we went through and pulled every single proposed action and all of the elements, compiled them by element and the timeframes that are suggested. We even included the new ones or modified language to try and create some consistency. I did forget 2, which I have put on the screen. Hopefully this helps. So the first one is about street tree streetscape plan. So this is, both of these were discussed as a group in the joint session, and when I was going back through and rereading all of our PowerPoints, I missed this slide, so unfortunately, but we can add these back in. So that's the first one, and the second one is about protected bike lanes, both in the mobility element. Both of them proposed as a midterm. So my suggestion is, as you talk through these, to also consider these 2 additional proposed actions. The reason that we're having you discuss this isn't that we don't think you can change things, because as you create, the council will create a work program and take input from community commission, whoever would like to comment on that. This is really more of a guide for the planning staff, the engineering staff, your economic development staff. All of your staff will go through this and talk about how to propose those actions for you in the future. It doesn't mean that you can't change them. These are general guidances. This is really a chance, if you think any of them are just wildly off base, and you're like, no, that needs to be done now, not later, or no, that couldn't be done later, this is a good chance to talk about it.
So for your reference, it's page 128 of the, if you're looking for that. And to keep in mind, we really want to highlight this is a 40-year plan, right? So short-term in context of a 40-year plan, long-term in context. 20-year plan.
I was like, wow.
I was actually hoping
you have more time.
40 years, so we didn't. No, 20 years. 2040. I mean, just keep that in context, right? Like long-term in the course of a 20-year plan is not something that's happening or proposed for the next 5 years.
And not everything can be done right now, and not everything should be pushed to being done in the future. So that's why there's a mix in there that are proposed based on how we kind of put together what we see taking, maybe more time to do, or things that were of a higher priority being done sooner.
And then for council and the future council, this will steer a lot of your work plan based on what your priorities are. We would, in theory, whatever you identify as your priorities going forward, go through this and pull out like the short-term goals initially to see what aligns and what we can accomplish. So it is important that you're comfortable with the general length of time that these are categorized for.
The only thing I would add too is that we do give you, with our annual community development report, an assessment of how we're doing with general plan implementation. So if there's ones where we're not getting to them, we're going to identify that. You'll know that ahead of time. Or if there's ones that because of your priority setting and future council's priority setting get moved, we identify that also. So yes, it's good to have them in here. No, we don't have exact dates, but this is really just a chance if anything seems like wildly off base based on what you understand your priorities to be now, that we should change it now.
So Danielle, did we actually define short, medium, and long term? Are we saying short term is, for example, 0 to 3 years and?
No, that's purposeful.
Okay. To provide flexibility.
Correct.
Okay, so timeframes. Anyone want to weigh in? We have a lot of items before us in this table. Hundreds of items before us in this table with timeframes associated with each of those. Let me just start in the middle over here. Councilmember Klövstad, would you like to weigh in on any of the timeframes that you either support the timeframes overall, or there are certain ones that you want to see revised?
Well, if I was in a perfectionist mood, I would say I want them all now. Given my previous statement and that I recognize that we have to compromise, I am grateful for this extensive list. It's so inspiring to look at this list of all the things that we are going to do. And yes, it will take us 18 years, but this is a big list. I'm fine with how it's been prioritized. I know we will be massaging it as we go through council priorities and work plans. I feel that's the appropriate place to get into the nitty-gritty detail. And the only thing that I will add is that we don't really have this defined in here, but I think there's several action items here that would be perfectly appropriate for an outside consultant to do.
Exactly what I was going to say.
And I would love to see those identified so that we have some sort of idea of what when the right funding source comes around, because of course we're all expecting great things out of our Inflation Reduction Act funds. That there's probably several of these that could be covered by a consultant and by that funding source, and then we could expedite them. So I would just love to have that feedback.
It's a great comment. Councilmember Pallavi.
Yeah, that was literally like the second bullet on my list here was, maybe at some point, and I think for the general plan, I'm comfortable with the way this is. I think when we go into work plan mode, another column of outsourceable or not, right? I'm looking at like the green business certification process, like, is that really a great thing for us, or would the chamber be better suited, or some other organization, just as an example? So I think that I agree with Councilmember Klofstad, as we develop this and get into actually working it once it's adopted, having that opportunity to go through it. A couple of other things. First of all, this is really helpful. It was a really clear way to see things, so thank you very much for providing this. I also, without getting nitpicky and literally editing on the spot, I do think when we do want to get into this in more depth, there are others that I see combining pretty significantly and essentially, just making ourselves more efficient. And I'll just give a couple quick examples. I see down here in the midterm, we're going to talk about bus shelters somewhere, M.3.I, for example. Right? Is that an I? Or it might be a 1. I don't know what it was. It's an I. But, to me, we're already sort of almost like making bus shelters, like we're kind of like if we go to microtransit, what are we still doing making people build bus shelters for? So, when we go into like our short-term and long-term transit plan, bus shelter requirements should actually be a part of that plan, right? So I think there's just a lot of opportunity for combination of things. The second one I would say to the two bullets that you added, thank you, Commissioner Tarnay, for making sure that those did reach a screen. I appreciate that both of those are yours. I would say the second one, or wherever it was, the one about the protected bike lanes, again, if we're going to deal with it's the bike lane one, it's the protected bike lanes, but we clearly also have in our mobility element an update to the bike and trailway, the trails and bikeways master plan. If we're doing that in the short term, anything like that just to me gets screwed. It doesn't need to be its own action item. It gets talked about as part of that, right? So I think that you've done an amazing job of literally detailing out everything. And I would just say, as we move forward, let's consolidate some things for the sake of work planning, for the sake of how we actually get some of this stuff done. I think there's opportunity for that. With that said, I think the streetscape plan I do support as its own, as it is worded up there. And I would say we don't need M-2.R because to me it's already covered in an update of the Trails and Bikeways plan. Other than that, I sort of agree with everything that's been said, and I don't have anything without editing directly that I would add at this juncture or this channel.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Zabriskie.
Three things. The time frame is very helpful. It's a good working document. I right away see that I would rather be giving a short-term emphasis on building permit prioritization over water conservation education, because I think of water conservation is well within the auspices of the PUD and building permit prioritization. Well, that's in our corner. That's something we want to move on. The other thing is, Council Member Pallavi was talking about transportation and infrastructure, and we had comments about where are we going to put the garages and parking we need. And that makes me think we need to get going on mobility projects, alternative transportation projects, so we can start determining what the community's appetite is for alternative transportation and find out if we can scale back our aspirations for more parking garages and parking lots. And then finally, collecting Truckee-specific data goes to land use and housing, because that's intended to specifically identify how many employment positions we have at different income levels, which I think we need to better determine what kind of housing we need. The housing that'll match actually the income profile of the jobs we provide in Truckee. I see that as being much more important than the business license program.
Okay.
So council members Zabriskie, are you saying that should not be midterm, it should be short-term?
I would switch collect Truckee-specific data with business license program, so that the collect Truckee-specific data would be short-term, business license program would be midterm.
Can I suggest that the business license program helps us get the data for the businesses in town, which then could be a resource or a way of reaching out to those businesses to understand who their workforce is, what their wages are, how many employees they have?
Yeah,
It could facilitate that.
I don't know if it'd be that efficient and valuable. The town's small enough. I think we can identify our businesses without having to do a business license program. I could be wrong. It just strikes me the town's small enough.
I think you're correct. We have excellent business opportunity resources, and I think it was in somebody's comment on the licensing program that I read. I mean, yeah, there's a lot of licenses and permits and everything else. I'm not sure what that gets us, but I would support your.
I love it when we agree.
I know, we agree.
It's so
Totally.
weird.
Okay, so just to confirm, I'm hearing collect Truckee-specific data should be switched to short-term and the business license program switched to midterm. And I'm hearing some support over here.
Some support.
Well, I have thoughts.
Okay. Let's go to your thoughts, Vice Mayor Romack.
Well, actually,
I'm sorry. Councilmember Zabriskie, you were done with
my
your.
three
Okay,
thoughts.
thank you.
So actually, the collect Truckee-specific data, which is ED4.F, and ED4.G, which is monitor local workforce housing needs, that was something that I was planning to bringing up in our economic development discussion, because I do see those kind of being very similar, and ensuring that we're not collecting too much data and spending too much time getting data that maybe we could, reading through the Truckee specific data was, on businesses and what employees make. And then local workforce housing needs is what is our local workforce need for housing. And I really see those kind of being the same. So this is something that, again, I was going to bring up later, but I almost see that we don't need that separate collect Truckee-specific data. It ties into our monitoring local workforce housing needs. Maybe we add something in there about monitor local workforce housing needs, including Truckee-specific data, because also to the point that was mentioned previously, if Mountain Housing Council or another group is going to continue to do these needs assessments, that's a way where we can utilize that data and not use up valuable staff time. So,
If we can get Mountain Housing Council to do it, that would be even better. How do you do that?
We also have chamber contracts. We have, that's coming up for renewal this year. I don't know what year. We have, there's a lot of entities out there that I just think are better suited. This is to me like one of those outsourced things. Like this just isn't what we need to be doing.
Can we just modify it to get whoever we can to get Truckee-specific data?
Whoever raises their hand.
You, tell us.
Well, I think to Councilmember Pallavi's point too, where are the places where we can sort of consolidate these things and work them together? So
I'm understanding that to be a combination of ED4G and ED4F.
Yes.
So sort of the housing and collecting Truckee-specific data.
Yes.
Put them into one action.
Yeah, put them into one action. And I could see that then being ongoing rather than midterm. Okay, and then a few other thoughts. This is really helpful, as everybody else has said. I really appreciate this. There's a lot of short-term in the land use. And we know we have a lot of things to do. I guess it was kind of, is this reasonable to make these all short-term? Do we feel like we need to prioritize any of them, bump some to midterm, or is that going to come out in the council goals process? Because, you know, I think as we continually hear, we need housing for our local workforce, and there are definitely some in here, you know, that I think, and now I've lost the, you know, residential development incentives, variety of housing types, town of Truckee density bonus. I think, you know, that has been something we've definitely talked about. So I guess if we feel okay with keeping them all as short-term and kind of hashing that out in our goals process, then okay. But if we feel like we need to move some down to midterm so that we're not overburdening staff or expecting these all to happen in the next 3 years. So that's a thought, happy to entertain discussion. And then I did have one other thought related to in the climate action plan, item 8A, which is about the reach codes. I agree short-term is how it's identified. One thing, and we did get at least one comment, maybe a few more, is it's very specific that it would happen in 2023 in the action in 8.A. And I feel like I would be more comfortable if we just left it at short-term and not with a specific year. And I know we're dedicating a lot of staff time right now, and it very well might happen in 2023, but this is also where it seems like not a lot of the other items had specific years, so it seemed a little odd to call out one thing specifically and other stuff not. So that would be my other piece, is leave it at short term, totally support continuing all the work that's being done, but not have the explicit year in the action.
It's unique in that it has a working group with a timeline and a deadline.
And it's also in alignment with the Uniform Building Code adoption, which is why it's that specific.
Yeah.
It's every 3 years, so.
Okay.
We hit the 3 years, or we don't.
Yeah. If my fellow council members feel comfortable with that, that was just, it kind of stuck out a little bit.
We're special.
I support your recommendation, but I have not been participating and am very not up to speed on what's been happening. So until I have the chance to do that, but I agree with you in general.
Okay, and it's not, if you guys,
It doesn't matter.
I'm okay leaving it.
I'm comfortable leaving it because I think to Councilmember Zabrisky's point, it does have a working group. There's been a lot of community engagement around that one. It is a little odd that it has a year associated with it and others don't, but I think that's okay. I don't think they all have to read exactly the same from my perspective.
So then I would go back to the land use. Yeah, and I'd be curious if, and also to commissioners, you know, maybe we can hear from them
I'm going to get
first.
there.
Yes.
I promise.
I'm curious, since it is overwhelmingly short-term.
That impacts the commission quite a bit, because they will have to see all of those things.
Is it partly because we have a housing coordinator and a lot of these are so interrelated? I mean, no.
Some of them are for general plan consistency. Some of them are things the planning department has prioritized, like the creation of the objective design standards, so that we have those in place before other major projects come in. So there's things that already were sort of filtered and prioritized within how we presented it, just based on what we as your staff see as like immediate needs. But there are things that could get pushed out, like transfer of development rights as a program. I mean, that's a pretty extensive amount of work, but if council wants to find a consultant to help with that, then sure, we could do that in short term. So we tried to balance kind of what we heard as priorities versus what we know are priorities and put them in here.
And that's going to be your discussion during your retreat, or the council's retreat, assuming housing is still a priority in some context. We obviously aren't going to be doing all of these in 3 years because there's too many. So we're going to have to pick where are your top priorities, and then as we finish those, or finish the 2-year work plan, what's the next set of priorities? And it might even change mid-year, and you might want to take something off. That's kind of that process we've been working through this last 2 years.
So let me just ask a clarifying question, Danielle. You're comfortable from a staffing perspective keeping all of these land use actions short-term, and there are many. There's only, I think, only one long-term in, this whole list, and then a handful of midterm. And then we would prioritize and say, okay, in this 2-year work plan of these short-term ones, here are the top 6 we're really going to focus on.
Yes, because we don't define short-term.
Okay. Okay. Let me just do it. I want to get our commissioners' comments, and I think my preference would be to go right into that, but I also recognize that we're at the point where we would normally take a break. So do folks want to take a break, or do you want to continue and finish this policy discussion, which would be my preference?
Let's finish.
Yes, wonderful. Okay, Chair Gove.
Why are we not defining what short-term is?
Because we need the flexibility.
Can we have like just a broad generalization of what was short, mid, and long-term?
If you would like. I mean, it's a 20-year plan, so that's kind of up for discussion.
I'm interpreting it as less than 5 years.
That's kind of how I've been thinking about it as well. But do you have a proposal?
I don't. Curious to know what staff's thought of short-term is, and I think there should be.
Generally, 5 years is about the time frame.
Okay.
One of the challenges is going to be with each element, there's different staff and a different number of staff that are able to work on that, right?
Sure.
So like, mobility will be 2 people. In terms of transit, we have a transit manager now, and he'll have a support person, but then we have our engineers that help in VMT analysis, and so it just depends on how many available staff, which is one of the challenges. If there's if it's not done in 5 years standard, that might be a problem.
I'm not suggesting that, but I just think a general guideline would be helpful. And then I also think that our priorities are going to change, on some of these items, and it'll be kind of like we said at the beginning of the meeting, this is going to be a living document. So what is a priority here and now tonight may be different in 24 months. Yeah. So.
Right, but we also don't have to amend the general plan just because we've identified this. So this is our objective to get into the general plan and talk about implementation. But as we start having these annual work programs, we might start changing these things, and then that just becomes documented and part of that history of implementation of the general plan. So. We don't need to go back in and change it and say, well, no, that's now changed from short-term to midterm because we didn't have the staff. It really doesn't matter. It's really just a jumping off point, and it's this before this. That's how we think of it.
Got it. Okay.
Do these things before these things.
I don't have anything to add that the council hasn't addressed already.
Okay. Thank you, Chair Grove. Vice Chair Charnay.
Well, obviously, I would like my 2 items to be short-term, and I'm going to take a moment to tell you why. Well, first of all, we do have on here to update Trails and Bikeways Master Plan as short-term, and then you have protected bike lanes as midterm, and that does not make sense. They should be done at the same time. So the protected bike lanes should be with Trails and Bikeways Master Plan, so those should both be short-term. That's also a safety issue for our students. And driving a school bus, I see a lot of wacky kid behavior on e-bikes.
Dude.
And I would like that to be further away from my bus, is what I would like. So that's why I see that as short-term. Street trees I see as a short-term, frankly, because of the town policy to remove vegetation within 10 feet of the edge of pavement. We are taking out trees that will take longer than the lifespan of this plan to grow back. And I would like to see a plan where we can strategically save ones to mitigate our urban heat island, to make our neighborhoods cooler, and to not continue with cutting down everything within 10 feet of the edge of pavement. So that's why I think that should be more short-term. There is specifically trees that I am keeping an eye on, and one of them is by the new expansion of the skate park, and slated to be removed with that project, where I think it should be saved. So those are the 2. Thank you.
I think this is a wonderful list. I wonder what future staff and commissioners are going to do in 10 years when all these items are done. Amazing. I wonder if we should categorize this maybe a little differently and put this into 4 categories, which would be 0 to 5, 5 to 10, 10 to 15, and 15 to 20. Obviously, everything could move around, but at least then we could say, here's the 0 to 5 year goals, and decide what should be in that time frame. Of course, if something doesn't get done, you can kick it down the road, but maybe that helps a little bit, put a little bit of a bookends on items, so we can say, what do we want to try and accomplish in the next 5 years? Right now, obviously, the bulk of this list is short-term, which we all know in 5 years, I'm sure there will be items on this list that we don't complete and items that are not on this list that we do complete. So that's just my thought. If instead of keeping these very broad term, short-term, mid-term, annually, even ongoing, like what is immediate concern? What is ongoing? What is annually? How is ongoing and annual actually even any different? And so just a thought to put a little different classification that would help us, because you could have a 0 to 5 year list and then say, okay, great, what's year 1 that we want to try and accomplish, or what is in year 2 and year 3, and a little bit distill this list down so we can focus without getting too sideways on just the overwhelming number of items. I mean, this list it's amazing if we can get all these things done in any time frame, really. So just my thoughts there.
Thank you. Commissioner Riley.
Thank you. I like where Dan was going with that, kind of the framing with regards to the actual numerical timeline versus short-term, mid-term, long-term, etc. I had some questions first, and this might be helpful for people at home who aren't as familiar with what all these things mean. I believe the LU 1.F, the replace highway commercial zoning, the intent is to replace that with like a neighborhood designation, and I'm wondering what that means. Like, what does that look like? I read that in the staff report, but I don't know like how to wrap my head around what kind of goods and services would that be versus what we have now, which is like gas stations, drive-through restaurants, mini marts.
Yeah, interesting that Councilmember Zabriskie kind of had the same question. And so what I did is I went back through the use tables of differences between what's allowed in highway commercial and what would be allowed in something like commercial. And so it's really an expansion of uses more than a retraction. You could have things like dance studios, office, other things that maybe required a use permit in highway commercial, but were permitted in a commercial zone district. And so I think it's just more flexibility that should the existing property owners decide for whatever reason that those uses don't fit sort of their intention when they get sold and someone else has a different vision, that there's more flexibility. And part of this was because we've been working with an applicant with a preliminary application for the old 76 station at Coldstream, that they're interested in looking at that for a coffee shop. But right now, highway commercial would allow for potentially a drive-through with the highway commercial zoning. If it changed, it wouldn't. But, what is neighborhood serving? Are drive-throughs neighborhood serving? But a coffee shop where you could hang out and have outdoor dining and things like that didn't have the drive-through might be better. And so we just started having these deeper level of conversations of, it just seems like there needs to be more opportunity for different uses than the very narrow, limited kind of uses that you have in highway commercial zoning.
Okay. And this would be something that would come to the Planning Commission for a review and assessment.
Right, so we would go through all of those, like here's what's allowed, here's what's not allowed, here's the maps that show the exact parcels, here's the uses that are currently on site, all those things.
Okay, I appreciate that. I also noted that the transfer of development rights is in 3 different places. It's at the top, or the second one under the LU 1.D, and there was another LU further down, or LU 12B, and then there was also in the conservation open space. I don't know if that helps with editing or not.
We can look at that, but I think they had different contexts.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then the anti-idling program, I know that was noted in the staff report. I know there was some commenters and support. What does that look like?
Becky?
I think that's still to be determined. I know that one example is, I think that Alfred gave was in Park City, where they have, they try to encourage folks to not do idling, and they, it's not like there's like kind of, you're given education instead of like a ticket, but like just education about why you shouldn't be doing this and what the downsides of that are. I think it's something that we really are just kind of beginning to explore, though, what that might mean.
I was just curious, kind of in the context of, I think back to last winter when like traffic was backed up I-80 and all the, on ramps, off ramps were just jammed as people were trying to get to Palisades and North Star and such. And it was like, all that I had in my head was, oh my God, the idling, the just cars sitting there from all the people from the Bay and Sacramento coming here, and like how on earth would we try to mitigate that? So that was kind of what came to my mind. I do see like on a local level, the schools, I know my kids' school particularly, they try to implement no idling as you pick up the kids. So it's kind of a small scale thing, but kind of thinking bigger, like how will we, capture that? Go to Sugar Bowl, that the traffic there, it just went super smooth. And then I did want to reference, in the council was talking all about kind of these numbers and employment, et cetera. It seemed like that Mountain Housing Council or the Joint Powers Association or agency might be good resources, like not duplicating efforts. I think these entities are doing a lot of this work. It seemed like that was brought up. But yeah, that's all I have.
Okay, thank you. I'll just add, I feel like I'm hearing a lot of conversation around just the timing, and I know we sort of intentionally didn't set years to it to allow that flexibility, but I think from a setting expectations, it could be really useful, right? Because if my view of short term is 3 years and Commissioner Riley's view is 7 years, we're just not on the same page, right? And I'm just using that as an example. So I do like Commissioner Freeman's concept of, can we sort of put these into years? And Danielle, I would ask, is there any downside to doing that?
I would suggest that we maybe just define short-term, mid-term, long-term as a sentence, so that we're not having to go through and look at that in the table itself. This is sort of a new trend with general plans to even identify these words. In our previous general plans, it wasn't kind of worded this way. So I think that's just more of like an industry drive to kind of include this language so that there is some timeframes identified. But I think we could just define short-term, mid-term, long-term, annual, ongoing. And then that way, when you're reading through, you have an understanding of what it is when you look at the table.
It seems like...
I just wanted to ask some questions. On the ongoing and annual, I read ongoing as something that is continual, and annual is something that's subject to an annual review.
Right, they're different, yeah.
Okay, that's the difference. Annual means there's a 12-month
Right, ongoing, we're working on workforce housing all the time.
Yeah.
There's no stopping point to it. We may check back in, but it's always happening.
An annual will have a report or
Right.
something once a year. Okay. I kind of like keeping it short-term, mid-term, and long-term without defining them in terms of years, because we do have a budgetary process, a 5-year budgetary process that operates under different circumstances, and I don't want to confuse the two or try and have them be in lockstep. I don't want one driving the other. That's my sense. I'm open to other thoughts on it, because I can appreciate what Commissioner Freeman said, how nice it would be to know what's the time frame, but then you're running into another process.
Yeah, we don't want to create another task here to now go recategorize everything. I don't think that's the goal.
Right.
But again, just to a little bit hone in, okay, what are our immediate priorities and how do we, even the short-term list, if just the items on the short-term list was the list and nothing else, even that would be a daunting task to say, what is our first thing to go after and what is our last thing to go after?
I think we're hearing consensus to maybe just define short-term, mid-term, and long-term for this point with one sentence.
Yes, I think that's the general consensus. I also did just want to revisit Commissioner Tarnay's comment. I agree that protected bike lanes should be moved to short-term and should align with the Trails and Bikeways Master Plan. And on street trees, I also agree that that should be short-term, and I had a great conversation with some folks at the League of California Cities around different grants that are coming out for urban trees and tree mapping and looking at tree stock, and we should talk a little bit more about that.
That's amazing. Thank you.
So,
What's the
I would
difference?
love to add a +1 to that.
okay.
What's the difference between an urban tree and a rural?
Well, it's interesting because in talking with them, they were very familiar with Truckee, and they said, for example, our whole downtown corridor for the grants that they're applying to, working with cities, would qualify actually as urban tree planting, and this is an urban tree planting grant through, I believe it was CAL FIRE. I'll have to double check that, but so we may have some grant opportunities coming down the pipeline as well.
Commissioner Riley once emphasized very emphatically that the lilac bush should be considered a native because of its historical significance to the town of Truckee.
All right. Well, with that,
Fun fact.
I think we're in good shape on policy question 3. Let's take a 10 to 15 minute recess, and we'll come back to tackle the last couple.
right by our air conditioner vent.
So hot here. We were here at 4, and I was like, there's going to be a lot of public here tonight. Like, pretty cool it, please. That often happens.
It does make a
up there.
difference.
Yeah, it gets hot up there.
Yeah. Well, they're right. That's the vent right there.
I got 2 jackets. I'm good.
2 jackets. Okay, we're good.
I'm good.
One for one.
I got a scarf.
Let's come back and talk about our fourth policy
house at
question
home.
related to level of service standards. Danielle, I will turn it over to you to cue up this conversation for us.
And I'm going to turn it over to Becky.
Great.
Who's good?
Thanks, Becky.
Thanks, Danielle. So, okay, just.
Becky, we can't hear you very well.
Do you want to?
No, is that microphone's
better.
not? That works better?
Scoot it closer.
Okay.
Becky, if you want to come.
You want to sit here?
Just a reminder, the microphones are turned down because of the format and function of this meeting. So you just got to use your outside voice. You are being heard on the recording.
Thank you.
Okay. How's this?
Much better.
Better? Okay. So just a little, I was going to just start with a little background or just a reminder of what level of service and VMT are. So level of service is our way to describe traffic operations at signalized at intersections and roadways within the town. It really relates, for the purposes of this discussion, it relates to vehicle operations. There are transit and pedestrian and bicycle LOS analyses, but we're really talking about vehicles right now. So it's based on, for roadways, it's based on the capacity of the roadway. For intersections, it's based on delay per vehicle. And then vehicle miles traveled, or VMT, is what it sounds like. It's basically one VMT is one vehicle driving 1 mile. 2 vehicles driving 5 miles each is 10 VMT. And the reason why we've sort of brought this up is in the past we've used level of service to sort of look at, in the past it's been one of the measures we use in CEQA for transportation impacts that has gone away, and now we're using VMT per SB 743. And so the question has come up, well, should we even have level of service standards in our general plan or policies in our general plan anymore, or should we just rely on VMT? And so you can go to the next slide. So the policy that's proposed in the general plan currently, the proposed general plan, is to establish a level of service of D or better at intersections and on roadways. So I'm going to talk about that in a little bit. And I want to just clarify too, that's based on a summer PM peak hour condition. And so what that represents is a peak or busy summer weekday during the PM peak hour, the afternoon peak hour. It's not the busiest day in the summer. It's, not the President's Day weekend ski traffic kind of type of day. But it's a busy summer day. And then the one thing that sort of changed, so there's, for signalized intersections, it's level of service D. For unsignalized intersections, there's some language that it can reach a level of service F, but you can't have more than 4 vehicle hours of delay in the PM peak hour. And one of the things that we're proposing to change with this general plan is to actually eliminate the level of service policies for downtown Truckee. And one of the reasons for that is there are options. There's more opportunity for mode shift in downtown Truckee. And there's also sort of just a recognition that we want to prioritize pedestrians in downtown Truckee. And an example of this is what we decided to do on Reimagine Bridge Street. So that project is going to put traffic signals in at those 2 intersections, and it's not going to operate at the best level of service, but we decided to prioritize pedestrians for those intersections. So it was more important to have safe pedestrian crossings than it was to accommodate vehicles and reduce the vehicle delay. So you'll see up there, there's sort of a strikeout. as currently proposed in the draft circulation element, we had proposed to apply the level of service D or better standard on all roadway segments. The traffic analysis actually doesn't show that we'd be exceeding level of service standards on any of the roadways. And in addition to that, what we heard from council and the planning commission is the desire to not make 267 any wider and don't turn it into 4 lanes. And so we're proposing to just apply the level of service D standard to Donner Pass Road. And that relates a little bit to whether or not we do the Pioneer Trail and Bridge Street extension, because those kind of influence each other. I will note that the traffic analysis that we did assume that Pioneer Trail and Bridge Street connection is part of the 2040 build out of the general plan. So it's assumed in all the future traffic analysis.
What's assumed again?
The Pioneer Trail and Bridge Street extension is in the roadway network for the 2040. The build out of the general plan traffic analysis. So this is just a summary of here's kind of the intersections that would exceed level of service standards and at build out of the general plan. The ones with except for the bottom two, which are the reimagined Bridge Street intersections. But I put those in there just because we are proposing to put improvements at those intersections to take them from the unsignalized intersections to signalized. The intersections that have asterisks next to them, those are actually existing signals. And so applying our general plan policies to replace existing traffic signals with roundabouts, those would get converted to roundabouts anyways, even without the level of service policies. But the rest would be the level of service policies would basically trigger the need for improvements. And as you can see, we're proposing roundabouts, not traffic signals.
What were the asterisks?
Those are signalized intersections that per our policy we would convert to roundabouts. Not the level service policy. We have separate policies in our general plan that say convert existing signals to roundabouts where appropriate. This graphic, the point of this graphic is basically to show the map at the top is sort of our way of kind of representing how much delay there currently is at some of these intersections throughout the town that were part of the traffic analysis, compared to if we didn't do any improvements, we didn't construct the roundabouts in 2040, how the delay would increase. And then the bottom map is basically with the improvements, with the additional roundabouts, with some of these improvements at the intersections, how the vehicle hours of delay during the PM peak hour in the summer would kind of go back to closer to existing conditions and even less than existing conditions in some cases.
Can you go back to that slide really quickly? It's in our map. Okay.
And then there is a pretty big explanation about each of these items in the staff report as the attachment. But one of the reasons, these are some of the reasons why the staff is recommending to keep the level service policies in the general plan. Without them, some of the intersections will continue to see increased congestion, and you would see long traffic delays and queues. While downtown Truckee, you can see more potential for mode shift. There's not necessarily, we don't have we have 1 hour headways on our transit system. We're trying micro transit, but it doesn't service the entire town right now. So there's less opportunity for everybody to have access to some people rely on their personal vehicle. And that kind of goes to the third bullet there too, where not everybody has the option to jump on a bike or walk or take transit to work. And sometimes, so there's some equity issues in terms of making sure that we don't let the delay get so bad that it impacts people's ability to get around. I mentioned the level of service exemption in downtown, so we're sort of going in a direction of deprioritizing vehicles and prioritizing pedestrians, but that might not be appropriate in all regions of the town. We have a large town, and we also have to accommodate a lot of regional traffic that's traveling through the town. Reduced delays mean reduced vehicle emissions. We didn't do a detailed analysis about this. We just pulled some existing information that we had, but generally that's the way it works. With increased delays, not mitigating those or not putting in improvements, you can see potential safety issues. This is actually kind of what had happened before we had the dog bone roundabouts, the one on 89. One of the reasons that we built those roundabouts, and Dan could comment on this, is that we actually had a pretty significant crash history there. People were taking smaller and smaller gaps. Caltrans mitigation or solution to that was to put in traffic signals, and we work with them to get roundabouts instead. But when you have a lot of congestion, it tends to create other safety issues. We also have a traffic impact fee program. So, the last development in, that's always been a concern of like why you use VMT. You don't want the last development in to have to pay for all the improvements. But we do have a traffic impact fee program that at least helps to address all the regional improvements that are needed. So all those intersections that we showed earlier would be in our traffic impact fee program. Having the level service policy allows us to make sure that you have safe and adequate access at site entrances to new development. It's one of the reasons why we have a roundabout at Soaring Way and Jorger Drive right now with the new Rayleigh's development. And then of course we have other general plan policies that are working towards promoting infill, discouraging sprawl, helping try to do some of that mode shift with transportation demand strategies and encouraging walkable neighborhoods. There's policies on to encourage biking in transit. And so anyways, that's sort of kind of the list of why we're recommending that we keep the level service policies in there, although again, they're a little bit less restrictive than what's in the current general plan because we're eliminating them from downtown. That's sort of, I don't know if Dan has anything he wants to add to that, but there's the quick summary.
Okay, thank you for that. So going back to, sort of the overarching question that we want to talk about is, should the level of service standards actually be maintained? And that's the and we have questions already. So we're going to start with questions and we'll move into, our deliberation as always. So Commissioner Tarnay, why don't you kick us off?
I have a question about process. I want everyone to ask their questions and stuff, but I would like to start the deliberation if I can, when we get to that. Does that make sense?
Okay.
I don't want to interrupt people's questions, but I would like to be able to go
I see.
before the rest of the deliberation, please.
Okay.
Thank you.
Sure. So does anyone have any other clarifying questions about this? Commissioner Riley.
I have a question for Becky. Do you know when, I believe LSC did the traffic analysis? Do you know when they did that specifically?
They did an existing conditions analysis, which was all based on 2018. The more updated analysis was done just even a few months ago. I think they didn't complete it until, does that sound right? I think it's definitely was done this year in terms of like analyzing the build out of the general plan.
But they did a real-time assessment, correct? I mean, I encountered Gordon's son on Glenshire Drive on a Wednesday night in summer with, music in the park and people on vacation. So I was just curious kind of the timing of the numbers in terms of accuracy, and then how that maybe was updated.
Yeah, so the 20 existing conditions was based on 2018, and that was the basis for the model calibration. And so, yeah, it's all based on 2018 traffic counts. The model is calibrated to that, and then the growth is added, and that's how they project.
And you said that was the peak summer. Was that when it was supposed to be taken? Was to align with peak summer hours?
Yeah, so it's the peaks, yes, the peak hours. They couldn't count all the intersections on the same day, so they have this whole process that's pretty lengthy. They did continuous counting on certain roadways so they can make appropriate adjustments, but yes.
Are we able to see that data? Like, is that somewhere where we could actually review it?
If it's not in the existing conditions report, we can make that available.
Thank you. That was my only question.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Freeman, any clarifying questions?
Are we going to categorize these as short-term, midterm, and long-term goals, and which roundabouts get added when and where? Or is that up to Dan to figure out what are our priorities?
So typically it would actually be the council through the capital improvement program that would set the priorities on timing of the various projects. And in the past, what I've observed is that's usually driven by kind of whichever location would gain the most benefit by an improvement project in the near term.
And how are these paid for?
It varies. A big portion of them have been the traffic impact fee program, which is, as Becky mentioned, is intended to spread costs of these types of improvements across different development sectors. In addition, sometimes we get grant money for some of these projects. There's some of the projects would not be eligible for traffic impact fees. So an example would be the Northwoods Donner Pass Road intersection, because that meets the town's level of service goals and would in the future, that intersection's not necessarily eligible for traffic impact fees, so they would need to use they being the council, would need to use other sources of revenue for that. It was previously budgeted to come out of the general fund, but then those monies were reallocated to some other projects. So it's a bit of a mix of funding sources.
Okay. Yeah, I just remember reading the Soaring Ranch Phase 3 stuff for our last Planning Commission meeting and who was going to pay for that roundabout there, which seemed a little bit up in the air.
Yeah, so that's a good example. I'll use Rayleigh's just up the road, and then Hilltop, and then Soaring Phase 3 could be another example where the town's approach has been that if there's a new development that's going in and then the access to that development requires something beyond just a T intersection in order to handle the traffic in a safe manner over the long term, that typically that would be looked at as the developer's responsibility for that access point. So the access point to Hilltop would fall in that category. The roundabout that was built as part of the Rayleigh's project, that was funded by the development interests there. So that would be an example of how that's been handled in the past.
Okay. Those are my questions. Thanks.
Okay. Chair Go.
Just a quick question, and mostly just out of curiosity. In the table here, we have a description of 1-lane roundabout, 2-lane roundabout, and a multi-lane roundabout. What is the difference between a 2-lane roundabout and a multi-lane roundabout?
A multi-lane is one that is more than two, or so it would potentially the one that's the 267 or Brockway. We haven't. There's sort of different levels of analysis you can do on roundabouts. We have done a very high-level planning analysis on that intersection. There's a potential that it would be a 2-lane roundabout with some additional, right turn bypass lanes. We're not exactly sure what, so that's why we were a little vague on that as in terms of multi-lane.
Fair enough. Thank you.
Great. Thank you.
I had one more quick question.
Oh, sure.
If the question is, should the LOS standards be maintained, what does a no answer look like, just to play devil's advocate?
Pull up that exhibit.
Well, I understand that. That's what we have now is traffic jams in the summertime. But as far as actually going forward, does that mean we do none of these things or we do some of these things? Is there a partial answer? As you look at, again, how are these going to be paid for in the future and maintained and all those things?
So if the council and commission wanted to do away with level of service standards, you could do that. And then what would happen is that the additional traffic that's generated by new growth would just use the existing infrastructure that's out there. And in some cases that would be fine. In other cases it would push that infrastructure beyond its capacity and result in more traffic backups for the general public.
Okay.
Is that because then they're not eligible for the impact fee program? Or what triggers, because it's not like the traffic impact fee program changes, it's not like, and I'm sorry for speaking out of turn, I don't think that answer was clear to what Dan was asking, because we still have traffic impact fees, we still have the same funding sources, we still have the same CIP project planning, so really, what changes by switching from an LOS to a non-LOS if everything else is staying in the pipeline?
So a number of what drives the roundabouts are really two things. In some instances, it's level of service. In other instances, and I'm talking about the existing general plan. So in the existing general plan, there's really two key policies that drive roundabout construction. One is level of service. The other one is a desire, at least when the general plan was put together, to swap traffic signals out for roundabouts. So if we were to do away with a level of service policy, then there'd be no reason from a level of service standpoint to invest in roundabouts, because we'd be saying that we're not concerning ourselves with additional congestion in the community. Council could say we're going to get rid of level of service, but we still want policies to put in roundabouts where there's currently traffic signals that are tied to things other than level of service. We'd get into some interesting conversations about whether the traffic impact fee program is then an option to fund those projects, right? The traffic impact fee program is based on the philosophy that we're at this level of service now. If we exceed a certain threshold, that's not acceptable. That the reason we're exceeding that threshold is because of new development, and therefore the connection back to charging new development for building the roundabouts is made. If we said, hey, we don't care about level of service, then we just want to we don't like traffic signals, then that connection back to new development is different.
That's the answer I was looking for. I think that's a key distinction between allowing the development. Right, we don't have any ability to get any developer benefit from an impact perspective if this isn't a policy. Right? I think that's the answer.
I think there's still another whole conversation to be had, though. I'm not sure where I should be facing. Because there is still an opportunity to transition from traffic impact fees to VMT fees, because CEQA requires us to do a VMT calculation anyway. We're going to already have that data. And so I think there's still a connection or a nexus to be made there. It's a different approach. And clearly it would take some time to make that transition. But I think the state of California bullets out very clearly why they made this transition, and there's a connection to be made there. In case anybody hasn't read it, the VMT CEQA analysis has several bullet points for why they made that transition, and I think those are very applicable to our community.
Yeah, I'm not disagreeing with that either. I actually support both. I think both are fine. I was more getting to the nexus, to the development piece, that you can't pin it in that same way. And so if we're not...
Did you get an answer?
I think I did. Yeah, I think they came around to saying that. Jenna did. And Dan did too. Okay. Yeah, I heard an answer.
So if we lose level of service, we also lose collection of the impact fee, of the traffic impact fee?
No, you potentially lose a nexus to that particular intersection if VMT isn't driving that. I think there's an intersection of VMT and level of service, but I'm not the expert. Sorry, I'm shutting up.
So building roundabouts is not necessarily going to reduce VMT.
Right.
or putting roundabouts in where existing traffic circles are is not necessarily going to reduce VMT. There may be other projects that would reduce VMT that if we were to pursue a VMT mitigation fee program, there would be a stronger nexus for.
My question's about money. If we don't have level of service, then how do we allocate traffic impact fees? We can still collect traffic impact fees, right?
Not necessarily.
No, not necessarily.
So, and the reason I say that is the whole, and our friends at the Contractors Association pay very close attention to this, the whole underpinning rationale for the traffic impact fees that are currently being collected is that there's a certain amount of vehicular delay that's currently deemed acceptable within the community. That standard gets exceeded as a result of traffic growth that's driven by higher levels of activity in the community, largely driven by new development. And to mitigate or to offset that effect on the community, money needs to be collected basically to build roundabouts that then bring that delay back down to a standard that's deemed acceptable. So absent that, it may be very challenging, if not impossible, to say, hey, we don't, delay is no longer something we're concerned about, and we're not going to view that as a effect, and then to tell development they have to pay to mitigate it anyway. So.
Would council have to vote on any one of these specific roundabouts to have it be constructed? Is that right?
Yes, as a part of, ultimately, these are multi-million-dollar projects. So where council votes would come in is if the town is sponsoring the project, then the council would be approving design contracts. They would first be putting it in the budget to work on. They would then be approving design contracts to do design work on it, and ultimately construction contracts to construct it. So there'd be multiple points of council consideration. The couple of exceptions could be if there's a development-driven roundabout on a project that does not require council review. Then that could be a situation where there's a requirement of a development project to build a roundabout that the planning commission would ultimately be the hearing body on, that may not cross the council's desks. That's the only instance I could see that happening.
Got it. Sorry for back and forth. I'm done now.
And this is all coming out of a pooled account of traffic impact fees. A big hunk of this. The developer payment, the impact fee goes into a pool.
Yes. Yep. It's intended to kind of spread the cost of these effects of new development on the transportation infrastructure in an equitable manner. Equitable and incremental.
Equitable.
Okay, let me go to Vice Mayor Romack.
Yeah. Well, first,
any clarifying questions?
Yeah. I appreciate
Before
that.
we get into deliberation.
This is really informative.
Serial question.
On this slide, I don't know if it's just a miss on State Route 267, Brockway Road, Soaring Way. It shows the gray future with mitigation as worse than existing, and the future without in green as a lot better. And I don't know if those were flipped. So see how it goes, the top green is showing the least amount of vehicle hours without mitigation.
Yeah, they're.
Are they just flipped?
They might just be flipped. Let me look into that a little bit more.
Because that just, I was like, well, then why, what are we doing? Another question is, since, the state moved to VMT, have other jurisdictions, done away with level of service? Do we know, what other jurisdictions have done, and maybe how it relates to the discussion we were just having on traffic impact fees? Do we know of other jurisdictions that now don't collect those or have changed their policies? I'm just curious.
So I believe Placer County has updated their fee program to include both level of service-based projects and projects intended to reduce VMT. So I think they've got a single program where they're collecting one fee that's collecting money to mitigate both effects of additional traffic or additional vehicles. I think elsewhere in the state, it's probably a mixed bag. I think there's some communities that are probably holding on to level of service and VMT, and others that maybe are moving away from level of service, and they're probably making those decisions just like we are.
Yeah, okay.
There's a few urban communities that, truly urban communities that have moved away from LOS, but by and large, what we're seeing is a lot of rural communities or resort communities are keeping LOS.
Can you say that again?
I said, there's a number of truly urban communities that have shifted solely to VMT only as their threshold, but what we're seeing is that there's a number of communities that are retaining LOS, in particular for more rural communities and resort-based communities.
And then to what Councilmember Klipstad said about, maybe we don't have a traffic impact fee program, but we have a VMT mitigation program. And then you said how maybe that couldn't go to roundabouts potentially because, that's not going to affect VMTs. It could go to transportation, other multimodal switches. And I know the tricky thing with transportation is it's ongoing and this would be one time, but it could go to some of the other ways that we are trying to combat traffic, correct?
Yeah, I would think sidewalks, trails, infrastructure that helps shift people away from cars and towards other modes. To the extent that that's successful and effective would be very good candidates. Transit would be, but as you correctly point out, that's a tough one because it needs ongoing dollars, and the nature of impact fees are one-time dollars.
Okay. Thank you. That's it for now.
Okay. So if there are no other clarifying questions, I am going to come back to Commissioner Tarnay to weigh in on your thoughts of whether or not we should maintain level of service.
Thank you. I appreciate that. So numerous people have now talked to us and told us that level of service and VMT are in opposition. Level of service is to basically make cars go faster and get more cars through. Can you?
Yeah, it's hard to hear you.
So VMT and LOS are in opposition. So Ruth Miller talked to us about that. Then it's actually in this report where Lee Chavez talks about it from the county. And she says, okay, there it is. Widening of this section of roadway could preclude the ability to implement transit lanes and would be in opposition to VMT reduction goals. Now this is for a specific one, but this applies broadly. So widening these is in opposition to our VMT reduction goals. We are talking about trying to lower our greenhouse gas emissions through our climate action plan and through many other measures that we're taking and that are listed on that list, and so many of them. And then we're talking about making it easier and faster for cars to get through. So you are going to increase your greenhouse gas emissions when you do that. Yes, I know Dan's going to say, oh, we're moving to all electric cars, but some of us can't afford that now. And when you do that, you don't solve your traffic issues. And also, a lot of the emissions that come from those vehicles come before they roll off the lot. Does that make sense? So there's still a lot of greenhouse gas emissions. Then I'm going to step in here and I'm going to say double lane roundabouts are terrifying on a bicycle and for pedestrians. We have, I don't know how many double lane roundabouts on there, 4 or 5. They do not promote walkability and bikeability. We have some listed here. One, they're going towards the Rayleighs. This is a connection to our bike routes. It's a connection to our bike park. It is a connection down to the Legacy Trail to the river. If you're going to make that a double or a multi-lane roundabout more than two, you are, I don't know how you're going to get your bikes across there. Does that make sense? I've done it. I'm in them. It's terrifying. I'd also want to say it's terrifying in a bus. And the advice is, from the trainer on the bus, is that you don't enter a double lane roundabout with another large vehicle. You wait, or you go slow enough that they go. The whole idea of speeding up your traffic is, I think it's a bit of a fallacy. So not only do we have a double lane roundabout planned at the Rayleighs there, which is a connection to our bike park and our bike lanes, and a walkable, bikeable local grocery store, we have a double lane roundabout planned in here at the rec center. It's at the Pioneer Trail and, there we go. Truckee Way and Pioneer Trail roundabout. 2-lane roundabout. So again, every day now as I'm driving past there in my bus, there are kids that are walking from the middle school to that rec center. And you're going to make this 4 lanes to cross. I mean, a double lane roundabout means 2 coming in and 2 going out, right? So I don't know. Anyway, we need to reassess these things. We need to reassess these things with the goal of making our town walkable and bikeable, with the goal of reducing our greenhouse gas emissions. Because as they are set right now, and Ruth mentioned this before she left, that these type of roundabouts are not traffic calming roundabouts. These are to increase flow. Single lane roundabouts are traffic calming because you lower your speeds down to 5 miles an hour. Double lane roundabouts are not. So moving on from that, I can't help but feel this entire 6-page document was excuses not to do the right thing. I need you guys to use your amazing brains and figure out how to do the right thing, not how to excuse the wrong thing. We need to figure out how to get that mode shift, not say we don't have mode shift. Does that make sense? Like, yes, mode shift is hard, but we need to take the money that we're going to invest in these things to get more cars through and invest that in our transit system so it doesn't only go once an hour. Yes, I know that's one-time funding, but there has to be a way, and we have to use our brains and figure it out. You're talking about equity, and how much more equitable would it be if you could get around town without having to own a car, without having to pay $400 for a car payment or $400 a month for gas? As far as equity goes, if we can get around without a car, it's actually a lot more equitable. And this whole thing of, well, you couldn't collect money, you collect money through your VMT program. We can change our VMT program, and that's not rocket science. You don't lose the nexus between building. You just say, hey, you're creating this much VMT, therefore we're going to collect this much money to go towards the things. It's still, it's not, I don't understand the block there. So these roundabouts are multi-million-dollar projects. But if you take that multi-million-dollar project and break it down as 10-year funding, you're still having hundreds of thousands of dollars of funding per year. Does that make sense? So it's a one-time thing that you're spending there, but you can spread that out over years. So it can happen. It needs to happen. The only way to get there, it is like the field of dreams. If you build it, they will come. And if you build more lanes, more cars will come. But if you build a bus system, then people will use a bus system. So we got to put our money where our mouths are, and we got to get rid of level of service, because all that does is drive more and faster cars. It does not necessarily drive more and faster transportation of people. So thank you for letting me editorialize.
Thank you, Commissioner Tarnay. Okay, let's turn it over to your fellow commissioners. Chair Gove.
Mayor, there were some questions I wanted to ask, and do you mind if I just ask a couple of questions? They kind of fall in line with both Susie and what Lindsay was asking.
You should ask your questions, yes.
Okay. Dan,
I think you indicated that impact fees have been used to fund other forms of infrastructure than for vehicles. You mentioned bike paths, did I hear that?
Actually, no. I think, so one of the challenges in the past with only level of service is to make a linkage that building a bike path is going to create enough mode shift to solve a level of service problem. So the impact fees in the past have been used, I think, exclusively on roadway projects, and most of them being roundabout projects.
Okay, so it could be used for bike paths, but it has not.
I think with VMT,
I'm just talking level of service.
So what I'll say is that when the traffic impact fee program was put together, there was consideration of including bike lanes as projects to reduce level of service. There was significant concern from the development community that there was not a reasonable nexus there, that the cost of bike lanes to deal with a level of service issue was not appropriate.
Okay, and it certainly hasn't been used then to fund alternative forms of transportation with the goal of reducing level of service.
Correct, for that same reason.
Okay, thank you. That's it. That addressed it.
Thank you. Let's go back over to our commissioners. Chair Go.
I'm not in favor of abandoning level of service at this point.
Okay.
The end.
Okay, is that it?
That's it.
Okay, easy. Commissioner Freeman.
Yeah, I think I agree with that. I mean, ultimately, every one of these decisions still has to come back to council or planning commission for every one of these roundabouts. And I mean, I could ask Dan, what do you think? You're the one who really is in the weeds on this.
He just told you what he thought.
What do I think on?
I mean, you agree with this, presumably, right?
Well, I think staff's recommendation was to retain level of service, right? With the exception of some of the downtown, correct?
Right.
I would second that.
Okay. Commissioner Riley.
First, let me appreciate Commissioner Tarnay. I appreciate your passionate, representation of a position.
But
I do challenge some of it, especially the perspective of someone who's lived in the city for most of their life and then came here and now is living in another city. So I think some of those perspectives are a little skewed.
Do you think I haven't lived in the city?
No, not you, Ruth Miller. References. She also wanted to remove trees along the highway because housing would be better there than tree coverage. I question that. I look at this as an opportunity, perhaps as part of our goal setting. Maybe this could be somewhat of a short-term, mid-term goal of looking at moving from LOS to no LOS. I'm not there now. I actually think LOS does serve a purpose. I think it's more of a qualitative experience that many of us have as we move through our community. But that's not to say I'm opposed to considering it in the future. I just think we have a long way to go, and we need to start making some strides that indicate we want to go in this direction. And some of the red flags that come up for me and why I don't think we're anywhere close to that is roughly 40% of our population leave our community every day for their jobs. Roughly 40% come in. So those are all people in cars. I don't think many of them are taking the bus in and out or riding bikes. Also, 85% market rate housing is kind of our, pathway. That's what we're shooting for in this new general plan. 50% of our population doesn't live here. They come from somewhere. I don't think they're taking the bus, and I don't think they're on the train because it takes a really long time to get anywhere by train. It's not to say it's off the table. Someday that might be realistic. And I would venture to guess that our region outside of our town of Truckee, but Placer County across the street, probably is somewhere in the 75+% of people who don't live here full time and come visiting, and they use a lot of VMTs to come and go, as well as airplane pollutants. So those are just kind of some of the things that come into my mind during this conversation of how realistic we can be about this. Then again, I come back to I'm big on setting goals and love to move from one point to the next. I just think we have a really long way to go to get there. I'd like to focus more on identifying improvements in the downtown core, specifically the Jaboom Kaiser. I've spoken to this before. That's a recipe for disaster as we kind of increase growth in that area. So that's my input.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Riley. Let me turn over to this side of the table. Vice Mayor Roback.
Yeah, this is a challenging one. A lot of Commissioner Tarnay's points I agree with. And I really appreciate staff, the report you put together, because I think that's got a lot of good info. And one of the challenges with significant mode shift was listed as, a challenge in our area, how, while we want to implement some of this stuff, it's still very challenging. We're in a rural area. That is where kind of along Commissioner Tarnay's point, that's where I feel like, well, we got to do better than that. So if only 1% of our population takes transit to work, that is part of our goals of the general plan, is to change that. And I think the microtransit pilot program, I know the data's still being sorted out, but it was close to 20,000 riders on it. And so I think it shows, sure, maybe our fixed route bus service, it's hard to utilize that for your everyday life. But maybe if we're looking at these alternative public transit type of things, maybe microtransit isn't the ultimate solution, but it's showing that maybe we can look to other ways. So, I kind of, again, I'm thinking along the lines of Commissioner Tarnay of, going towards VMT, and could we have this VMT mitigation program, utilize the funding for some of these other processes. That said, also what Commissioner Riley just said, if maybe this is a transition, maybe this is one of our one of our short-term goals, so that way maybe today that's not a great idea because how will it impact whatever's in the works now, but that could be something staff is working on to develop this VMT impact program, and 2 years down the road we get rid of LOS and move to VMT.
Yeah, and as a clarification, development of a VMT mitigation fee program is a recommendation in the circulation element.
Perfect. Okay.
Can I ask you a quick question? This is honestly a clarification question. Can you bring up the traffic dots map thing again? And so the top is the blue right now. The second one is the red is when? What year? 2040? Is it the end of the plan?
It's the build out of the general plan, so.
So that's 2040. So what we're talking about, these traffic impacts are not here for another 20 years. So if we keep level of service for 2 years and phase it out, does that make sense? We don't have this impact. Do you understand what I'm saying? This is not coming tomorrow. This is coming 20 years from now.
It happens incrementally over time.
Yeah. And so it's not like if we get rid of level of service today, boom, this happens and we get traffic. You know what I mean? We're managing to get through right now, right? Does that make sense what I'm saying? Okay, I'm done. Thank you.
Okay, so Vice Mayor Romack, you were just kind of finishing with make it a shorter midterm goal. Dan provided clarification, of course, that the development of a VMT impact fee program is one of our actions, and it sounds like you are in favor of a transitionary period. Moving.
Yes. I guess, again, back to the experts. You guys have more of a, Susie's right. Bam, it's not going to all change immediately. I don't know. Yeah, I'm struggling with this one, obviously. Does it make sense to have this a few years to develop this new program? Or you think LOS probably should be maintained longer. I don't know, just.
So I think if we're talking about dollars, if we get rid of level of service standards, we're probably not collecting money from new development to, do these projects.
So, yeah, I guess that would be my concern, is abolishing level of service today, or when the general plan gets approved, before we have this other program in place. So, yes, I would like to see this transitional period moving away from LOS, but not missing opportunities to collect funds from projects that will impact our community.
I'm sorry, can I ask one more question?
I really want to hear everyone else weigh in, so.
And this is super.
Let me get through that, because I think we keep.
Okay, let me write it down so I don't forget.
Okay, perfect, thank you. Councilmember Zabriskie, I would love to hear your thoughts on maintaining LOS.
Well, many people already feel that we're suffocating in vehicles. And during the holidays and weekends and many days during the summer and winter, I sure feel that we're suffocating in vehicles. And regardless of what kind of land use densities we approve, we're going to see more people. And unless we do something, we're going to see more vehicles. And we can't widen our roads. I don't know how tall the parking garages can go, and they certainly won't reduce the traffic. So I feel we need to do something to reduce the use of the private automobile. And we have a mobility element directed at that. And at the same time, having said all this, I think we're going to need to keep the level of service with modifications. We need to measure what the level of service is so we can make informed policy decisions. But what we do shouldn't necessarily be solely making it easier for vehicles to drive down 267. Well, maybe down 267, because I'd just soon we get them through down the highway, down to Tahoe.
Get them out of here.
Get them out of
Really
here.
up to us, though. That's not it.
But we have all our streets. And so I think we need to think more about how we're going to use the level of service revenues to fund the alternative transportation, to make it more convenient, to make it safer, to make it quicker than an automobile. And the LOS can play a part in that, but it means changing things. So I'm headed towards keeping the LOS, figuring out how it's best to merge it with VMT to reduce the demand and usage of private automobiles. I think humans will change. There are a number of places in the world where people are getting around with public transportation, and that it can happen here.
So you would.
Thank you, Councilmember Zabriskie. I'm going to keep us on track and ask for not to have interruptions at the moment, please. Again, respectful dialogue, and I want everyone to be able to provide an opinion. Councilmember Klofstad, would you like to weigh in?
Just want to double check what you just said, because we just heard that we could not make a nexus between level of service and alternative transportation or bikeways, but we can with VMT. So I just want to make sure you're clear on that.
I think we can change it.
You think we can change the level of service to be able to fund these
Yes.
other things? So
Yes, I heard it was the local developers or contractors who didn't like the idea of putting the money into sidewalks or bike trails, or is it a state law?
Well, I wouldn't say they didn't. I think the issue was in a quantitative way showing how a sidewalk would reduce traffic at an intersection. Yeah, because that's what, in terms of the nexus test, that's what we have to be able to do, and what has to kind of withstand a court of law.
We just need a better economist.
and that's why I just wanted to clarify that, because
it's an issue.
I'm very committed to VMT. I think it is a more robust and and liberal, it just provides us many more options to solve our modal transportation issues. I think level of service has really served us well, and I'm appreciative of what it's accomplished in the past, but it's a means to an end. It's a means to a roundabout or a widening or a street improvement, which we've needed a lot of. I'm also very committed to transitioning our signals to roundabouts. I think that is going to lower our emissions. So I want to find a path forward, and I think Commissioner Riley's suggestion of this transition, which I think a lot of other people have joined in on, I'm willing to consider that compromise if we can work towards achieving our goals, which I know we will, because we have capital improvement project lists that show all of these roundabouts being built and how we're going to fund them and how long it's going to take us to get the funding. So as long as we're still focused on that, but we are not expanding roadways, because that's my concern. We continue down the path of level of service, it's eventually going to tell us we have to expand a roadway. I am not in favor of that. And so I just want to be clear that that's kind of a slippery slope unless it's really clearly defined, which is why I feel like the state of California transitioned to VMT for their CEQA analysis and processing, because it takes that greater consideration or that full perspective of consideration of the impacts of those traveled miles versus just what's happening on that street or in that intersection. So I think that's great. We already have a goal of creating a VMT. Once we can, I don't know if we're molding the two together or if there's an actual stress point and we transition. I think that's consideration for a future council retreat and future task prioritization. But I think that's where we need to go. We still need to get our roundabouts and transition off of our signals. But we need to create much more open-ended opportunities for funding multimodal transportation. And VMT is the only way to get there, I think. I don't think we're going to get there with level of service.
Thank you, Councilmember Klostad. Councilmember Pallavi.
Woo! All right, we made it. You guys haven't even heard from me in like an hour, just for the record.
Thank God. I'm just kidding. So good finally getting able to talk on that one, yeah.
I think I primarily agree with exactly what Councilmember Klostad said. So I agree with staff's reasoning and recommendation here. I think we need to retain level of service primarily from an intersection perspective. I agree in terms of prioritizing intersections versus roadways. I do prioritize intersections as well over roadways. I think our roadway widening is not, I haven't seen it shown up on a CIP project since I've been doing this, so 4 years of that at the very minimum. So I feel like we're already headed in that direction, and I think that a lot of this does incorporate that. So I do support that. I just want to say a couple quick other things, and I think each person actually touched on a few of these, and that is the benefit of going last. Sometimes when, a lot of the legislation that's happening at the state level, we're phasing out gas-powered vehicles. I haven't seen any legislation pending, you guys might know more, but we're not necessarily phasing out vehicles, right? We're moving to electric, we're moving to different types of fuels that are away from releasing more greenhouse gas emissions. So this problem is not necessarily going away. Is there a multi-mode shift available, and do those opportunities exist? Absolutely. And we've built those into every single chapter of our general plan. So when we're bringing this back to the document in front of us, I actually think we're pretty well covered in hitting, okay, we have to deal with our intersections. We're not necessarily going to be widening roadways. That is not a goal or an action anywhere that I read in this document. But at the same time, we're also going to facilitate a shift to different modes of transportation, whether that be microtransit or whatever the heck, biking and protected bike lanes, whatever it is. So I actually think we're kind of all heading in the right direction, and what we're all saying is really building on the last person, and I think that's important. The two notes that I'll make are when they showed us the 2-lane roundabouts and all of those intersections, all except for one are I-80, direct intersections, with the exception of all of the 2-laners I'm talking about, with the exception of the 89 South Frady's DPR. So what I appreciated in Becky's presentation was that we are taking an even finer grained approach to this, where we're basically saying, yeah, some of our roadways and some of our intersections, we are prioritizing bikes and peds. Some of the other ones are not necessarily quite as appropriate for that. And I think that's a really important, nuanced recognition. Like, we have to be amenable to that, because if we're going to continue on the economic trends that we're on, we're going to continue tourism, we're going to continue to have people coming to Truckee. A lot of these intersections are those access points. They're coming here in their private vehicles, and then it's our job to get them out of their private vehicles and into those multimodal strategies. We know the bus and train service to Truckee is not robust. That's not a realistic goal of what things that we control in this room. And that's what I'd like to bring us back to, is what do we control? We control what happens once they get here. We have very little control over how they get here and what manner they're using to get here. We can have pie in the sky dreams, and that's awesome. And we should make sure that people know about that, and we should lobby for that, and we should support those initiatives. But what do we control? We control our intersections and our roadways and our funding for those multimodal strategies. So I support staff's recommendation, and I think that everybody's comments really built on one another, and I just sort of wanted to bring that around and hopefully point that out and see if we have agreement on that. So those are my comments. Thank you.
I think those were great comments, and I really appreciate you kind of summarizing it back and giving that synopsis for all of us. Commissioner Tarnay, you had one more question, so let's go to that final question, but then I think staff does have adequate direction at this point. Danielle, tell me if you don't feel comfortable. Okay, I think there's general consensus at this point. So one final question, and then I'm going to move us on to our last policy question.
Well, I'm going to skip that question and ask a different one then. It didn't sound to me like we had general consensus. We have some people saying it is a transition short term, like in the short term, 0 to 5 years, that we keep LOS. And then we have some people saying I support staff recommendation. So I don't know what your clarity is on that. Can you share it with me?
Go ahead, Jen. Were you going to say something?
Well, I think I heard there was consensus to keep LOS for now. We're transitioning to developing a BMT program, at which point it comes back to council for consideration and potential adoption, and the discussion of LOS comes back.
I appreciate that clarity. Thank you.
I think we're on the same page. Yes? Mm-hmm. Okay, wonderful. Okay, so with that, thank you for that. That was a really robust conversation. I really appreciate it. It's a really complex topic, for sure. Let's move on to our last question, Danielle.
Compliments.
So you already started to talk about this. So this is really kind of a wrap-up question. And I've identified topics on the screen here that we already are planning to bring back for the October 11th meeting. But this is an opportunity to raise any additional topics or change any of these topics. This is what I heard starting conversation on for the next meeting. I will caveat it and say that we got through about 5 topics today, and we're about 8:45. And that's about how many we've programmed into most of these joint study sessions, is 5 more kind of robust discussions. Here, as we talked about, some of these aren't quite as robust, so I think 7 to 9 at the most would work, and even that might be pushing it, but just keep that in mind as you talk this through.
And we have 7 up there right now, correct?
7 with some discussion about taking one off the table.
Okay. Thank you for that. So, Councilmember Paulo.
I just want to make a quick question. Sorry. I just wanted to ask, per your direction, obviously, but I was interested in maybe, I know we were going to have another round of public comment, and to me, it would be helpful to do it before we did this just as an option, so that might help inform us of like, obviously the people in the room, which there are very few of, their concerns might rise to the top, but it might just be helpful to reflect on the things that have been discussed tonight as we determine what we're going to talk about next time. So that was just an idea.
Yeah, I'm absolutely comfortable with that. Yes, I'm getting thumbs up. Great, okay. So we will move to open public comment. Again, this is an opportunity for anyone to provide a comment on any of the items that we're talking about this evening. So you have 3 minutes. You can step up to the podium in the back if you would like to provide a public comment.
Rock, paper, scissors.
For our last few members of the public who have made it through 4 hours thus far.
Deirdre Henderson. Deirdre Henderson, I'm a Truckee resident. I think it's pretty clear that the train has left the station tonight on building more ambition into our climate action plan, so it will actually reach our 2040 emissions reduction goal. In view of that, I'd like to suggest that we incorporate into the plan a clear summary statement about what the climate action plan does and does not achieve. I'd like to suggest that it be placed at the end of page 911 of the climate action plan, which is the end of the sort of table setting portion of the plan and just before the goals, policies, and actions section. And I would suggest that it read something along these lines. If fully implemented, this climate action plan is expected to enable the town to reach its 2030 emissions reduction target. It does not enable the town to reach its 2040 and 2045 targets. However, the town commits to act with ambition and urgency to reach those targets. To that end, it will update the climate action plan at least every 4 years in order to take account of continuing developments in technologies, policies, and financing to reach the 2040 and 2045 targets. I think that will give us all some comfort. Some of this is already in the climate action plan, but it's really hard to find, and I think we need to put a specific statement, a specific freestanding paragraph that makes this statement about our targets and what the climate action plan will do, and states the town's commitments going forward on reaching those targets. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, one more public comment.
Patrick Floor, Contractors Association, Truckee, Tahoe. Pardon me, post-COVID voice kind of going on here. In any case, a little challenging to do 3.5 some hours of discussion and questions with a 3-minute reply, but I'll give it hell. So, as you all are very well aware, doing general plan updates is substantially more challenging than doing modifications during this process. So I would just encourage you to, where applicable, if there are areas that we can make some minor adjustments to language that might possibly have some substantial impacts to the greater community, take a look at those before you adopt. To clarify Councilmember Klostad's as to our position on workforce versus achievable, those are two different items. Workforce is a very definitive thing, and while they may have overlapping criteria between a workforce and achievable housing, in our world, or in our definition, workforce housing is just that. It's not necessarily tied to AMI directly. That's more of a program level conversation. But workforce is, for us, is different from achievable as defined by Mountain Housing Council. So again, overlapping criteria, but two different items. McIver Dairy, to Commissioner Riley's comment on McIver Dairy, since I was on the council that voted for that. That was explicitly meant, there was a lot of discussion that we had, that the only reason we agreed to the zoning change that apparently currently still exists was arena issue, our regional housing needs assessment. We needed to do a little shell game with our arena numbers to qualify for the state. That was never intended to be a permanent land use discussion, so institutional knowledge, I'm full of useless amounts of it. I agree wholeheartedly with the cap revisiting in 4 years. I think for a number of reasons. One, particularly with the upcoming substantial changes beginning January 1, the CEC changes are going to have a dramatic impact on construction period, both commercial, residential, and I think there's going to be a huge opportunity in the existing building stock to make some appreciable reductions in GHG. So I think, you need the data to see, is this working? Is this an effective program? Is it not? And be able to have the flexibility to modify, if you will. VMTs versus LOS brings up way more questions than were asked here tonight, and varying levels. I do want to reply to Jan, to your comment, and the construction, if you'll bear with me for like 20 seconds here, since this was a direct reply. The rub has really never been about the fees in and of themselves. It's always been more nexus and equity. Is it a fair and equitable sharing of the burden? It's not whether we should have them or shouldn't. I mean, some people might argue that, but that has not been our position. It's really been an equity and nexus discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Flora.
Good evening, Town Council and Planning Commissioners. Alexis Aller with Mountain Area Preservation. Since this last item is talking about what's next or what more to talk about at the next meeting, which is what more can we talk about? I think it would be good for the staff to address the community on the comments received on the draft EIR. I think it would be important for community members to understand agencies, organizations, as well as themes by individuals for the draft EIR, because while there's going to be a next general plan, there will be a final EIR, and a part of that is really understanding what's been addressed in that next updated EIR. And so I think that should be added to the list for additional items, whether it's October 11th or the next one. But I think, it's a huge document and it's very important. And, a lot of us spent 45 days responding to it. And I think that it would be important for the town to at least educate the community on what those comments were. So that would be my only request. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry, did you?
I'm here, so might as well bring it up. Sophia Heydrich, Mountain Area Preservation. This was just a quick question that I had on the general plan matrix that was included tonight. COS-1.d says evaluate the feasibility of a TDR program, and it says that is ongoing. I have a question about whether that's accurate, and if so, what have you found so far? What have staff found in evaluating the feasibility of a TDR program? That same kind of action item is referenced in a couple of other areas as well in the matrix, and there it says short term, so I'm thinking maybe it was just a quick error, but if there is some sort of evaluation, it would be wonderful for the public to hear what has gone on and kind of what the outcomes are from that. There was another thing in the general plan edits. There's a new action, cap-11.g. Again, climate action plan program cost benefit analysis, that was also ongoing. I would love to see that sort of cost benefit analysis as part of the climate action plan if indeed it is ongoing and has already begun. So just 2 quick points. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, with that, we will close public comment. And I think we're going to move right into policy question 5, correct? Jen, Danielle?
It might be worth noting, since it was brought up, that the MacGyver site understood that was the history of how that change happened, and then SB2 happened with state law, which requires that we can't change.
SB 330.
Yeah,
Sorry.
330, yeah.
Housing
sorry.
Crisis Act of 2019.
Yes, too many SBs, but yes, we can't change that density when they have that development right there. So that's the reason it is what it is in the general plan.
Thank you, Jen.
I thought if we could identify receiver sites, that wasn't accurate. And some of us did try to identify receiver sites. I'm just trying to be totally transparent because I so appreciate what former council member Flora
So we
mentioned.
can't take it away from them when they have it. Like somebody could pay for it if there was a transfer of development rights program, which we don't have right now, and they have to be willing. We can't force it.
Okay.
Yeah, they have to be
So-
a willing party.
I guess, yeah, I think it's unfortunate that it's taken this long to kind of articulate that when many of us, since the planning commission hearing, when this was on the table, was brought up, and both the commission and the council thought that, and the public thought we were going to be able to address it.
Well, the law changed is what happened.
Yeah.
At the time that the action was taken, it would have been possible to change it. Subsequently, the law changed so as to make it impossible to reduce density unless you found a receiver site for it.
So if we have, some of us have identified potential receiver sites, but the issue is that what the town would have to be the one to purchase that land or what?
Or someone.
Pay.
And our understanding is the hospital really wants to develop it. They want to do skilled nursing or something else on that site. So the town doesn't have the ability to take away the density that was granted to it at all unless there was a receiver site. And if there is a receiver site, the town still can't take it away unless the hospital wants to give it away or sell it or something.
I think there's just been concern that this hasn't been really given much of an opportunity to assess and consider and look at opportunities, especially given that I would guess there's a huge likelihood that there will be litigation on this issue given the environmental constraints, the highway, the vulnerable populations, topography, wildlife, goes on and on. So I feel like that should be, put out there, but I will stop bringing it up for the night.
Okay, so let's move on to topic 5, because we do want to make sure if there's anything we want to remove, if there's anything we want to add, that those are captured this evening, because staff only has another short amount of time to get ready for this next meeting. Okay, so with that, Councilmember Pallavi, I am going to start with you if you would like, because you also already did, I think, start to weigh in, for example, on, item G up here. So I'd love for you to kick off this conversation for us.
Cool. Let me ask a question first of staff. So maybe to Alexis's comments, what I don't think we've heard yet tonight, and I think that sort of plays into a little bit of what I want to talk about the next meeting, but, give us a timeline. Where are we at? We're missing November 29th, right? That's done. You've already told us, December, we're not doing this. So I'm hearing we're in January, or where are we at? In terms of where are we going? How are we going to fit in this next meeting on October 11th? I think I did hear some request for a decision-making meeting prior to the adoption hearings, right? If we want to change. I brought that up, right? Yeah. So I don't know if we heard that, but maybe we heard that. I heard that, obviously. We've got Board of Forestry and we've got draft EIR comments. So my first question simply is, now where are we at? Where's your timeline looking, your realistic timeline looking like right now?
So we didn't prepare one for you for tonight because we needed an understanding of where we're at with this meeting and how many additional things you want to talk about at the next meeting. So I think we could be better prepared to give you something at the next meeting that at least kind of outlines that. But I think if you want to add a meeting where you're having sort of the policy level discussion at the council level, then February would be sort of when we start having hearings with Planning Commission. But like, that's just off the top of my head, looking at what we need to get done between now and then, if we're trying to avoid the holidays.
Which I don't care about. I just know there's some sort of unwritten rule that we've gone by. But I mean, if we're having meetings, we might as well do business, is my opinion. But
And we have to get through the draft and final EIR
so I guess that's my
process
bigger question. To Alexis's question, at what point, what's happening with the draft EIR? I mean, is that going to be a complete administrative exercise? Are there decision-making points in there that we have to weigh in on? Give us an idea of what that looks like.
Yeah, I mean, you do have to adopt it, so you need a recommendation from the Planning Commission and adoption action by the council, and there's usually an order that we go through of adopting that first, then adopting the general plan second. We also have in the mix our SB2 projects, so that's another component of this, and we also have the downtown specific plan. So those are all separate actions that happen kind of all together. So typically the council has just done that review when they've had the hearings. If you want something different, we need to hear that, because that was our assumption going into this process, that we're packaging everything together. You get a hearing with Planning Commission, a hearing with council. If you want more time to dedicate to just talking about the EIR, we can program that in, but you're going to add more time to the process. We could give you options, at the next meeting if you want to see what that looks like with them together or separate.
No, I guess what I'm getting at is just the ability to, I know that MAP submitted a 150 some odd page letter on the EIR comments. I assume, and I didn't see all of the other EIR comments. I don't think they got routed to us necessarily, but I guess my question just is, what more? I guess my biggest concern is, do we need an opportunity to change, if we're going to change Gateway, having it at a meeting like this, as an example, you've told us is not constitute taking action. It constitutes a recommendation. So if we have a Gateway conversation and we have that conversation about item F, and we have a split deliberation with no action, you need action to get us to an adoption hearing, or else it's going to happen in an adoption hearing, right?
What we need is definitive direction.
Okay.
So if we were to go into October 11th and you decided that it's too complicated and you just want to have a split recommendation, that's not helpful to us as your staff.
Right.
Because we won't be able to get you to that point of packaging everything for hearings. So that's part of the reason why we added this special meeting in October, was to try and get that definitive final direction on things that would cause substantial changes.
And I guess my concern continues to be that if the way that it went down when we went through the land use alternatives, we had a differing of opinions between commission and council. So if everybody's getting one equal vote, okay, but that's not really how we do things in a meeting because we're not voting, I'm just concerned we're going to end up in this position, right? So that's where I'm going with this conversation, is do we need to have a decision-making meeting to be able to go through a land use alternative? So that's sort of just, I guess, a question for this group or not. Otherwise, if we're just speaking about this list, my answer is I would axe G. I'm comfortable talking about the rest of it, and nothing else came up for me that I would add to this list that would change anything down the road. I think, to me, the biggest issue I've heard and that I've reflected on with the community, with other groups, that would change would be densities in the Gateway area, and some potential West River Street changes. But I think most of that on West River Street has been addressed. So I guess my question is a process for us and what everybody's comfortable with. Is February acceptable? I'd prefer it not to be. But, you know, I mean, I don't know what changes are going to be made, so. Does that help you? I'm done. Yeah.
Are you sure?
I am, yes, I believe so.
Let's do this. Let's let other folks to weigh in terms of, because I think there's a couple of things here, right? So one, these specific items which staff needs specific direction on for the next meeting. But I think to Danielle's point of the packaging and the way that the timeline has been constructed thus far, my understanding is that staff still believes that we can hold to our sort of original timelines for hearings later this year, depending on exactly what has to happen at the next meeting, and assuming that you're packaging in the way that we've talked about previously.
I would say no at this point, in part because of the Board of Forestry action. So that was going to be, November 1st was going to be the Planning Commission hearing date, and November 29th was going to be the council hearing date. That was to truly just meet that deadline of this year. Because we now have to shift gears to meet that November 1st for Board of Forestry, and we need them to sign off on our safety element, we need to shift. What I think this looks like and what I'm hearing is that you want one of the discussion topics at this October 8th meeting is to be a timeline. Like go through all the actions, right? So that's another, that's G now, if we get rid of G, that we add in here. I think what's helpful to us to understand is if we're adding things that are beyond what we normally expect, like just one hearing for Planning Commission, one hearing for council, we would like to hear that so that we can give you those options in the timeline.
The other piece of this is, I think you said you're hearing from them tomorrow, Ascent, and their timeline for responding to some of the EIR questions. We don't have that yet.
Okay. So let's hear from everyone else, getting back to our topics. And Danielle, you've captured timeline as part of it. Okay. Councilmember Clubstead.
So I agree that item G, it's going to come back to us as another recommendation for an extension of that emergency ordinance, and that to me feels like the appropriate time to talk about it, not in this realm. The other one on here, all the others I feel are appropriate, and we've requested more information. I'm not sure about the workforce housing in the commercial land use designation. What am I forgetting there? Where did that come up, and what is it that we need to talk about on that one?
So the way that the commercial land use designation is worded right now is housing is prohibited, essentially. So it protects that land use designation as a primarily commercial land use designation in response to the state's new directives that if you create mixed use, you get all the benefits of the density bonus program, which also means that someone could clear a commercial property and only want to do housing, and you can't stop that.
It's coming back to me in floods now. Thank you. Yes.
But we recognize that that misses the ability for someone to do some units for their employees on site or something to that effect, to be able to satisfy their workforce housing on site.
So we're going to be talking about some way of hybriding
Some
that.
way if we can make that happen. We're not sure, but we want to at least talk it through.
Okay, then I'm in agreement with this, and I too would appreciate the next steps and action items. And I would really like to see a best case and worst case scenario, because we have so many other things that are relying upon the adoption of this plan that I would like to see put into action. So I would like to understand the impacts of that.
And do you want to see the vision statement come back? That was one I totally skipped over. I would axe A personally. I do not need to discuss that again. Really? We're going to go back to the beginning? Are you kidding me?
I don't need to see it.
This is 4 years in, people. If our vision statement, we can't stand by the vision statement, then I'm sorry, but we have major other problems. So I would personally axe A as well, and just wanted to let you chime in on that.
And I believe that came from one of our prior joint meetings, right? Yeah. I have no need to revisit the vision statement.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Zabriskie.
On the vision statement, as Councilmember Pallavi noted, that was 4 years ago. That's a lot of water under the bridge. A lot of things have changed since then. We have the benefit of the passage of time and the opportunity to reflect upon it. I don't have a problem revisiting it. So that's all I have to say on the vision statement. On the reluctance to revisit mini storage, that's a land use issue. Each of these things about banning new gas stations, mini storage, those two things, and I'm talking about the gas stations in particular, is a land use issue that the Planning Commission has not been able to participate in. And revisiting it as part of an extension of the moratorium would again exclude the Planning Commission. And there's a number of important issues there, whether it actually increases greenhouse gases, whether it makes it more difficult to move the existing gas stations in downtown Truckee out of downtown, whether it works against competitive pricing of gasoline, whether it increases congestion downtown. Those are all major subjects. So it shouldn't be enough that we just ban them for symbolic purpose. It's the kind of thing that deserves a discussion, and the Planning Commission should have an opportunity to participate in that discussion in a workshop.
Thank you, Councilmember Zabriskie. Vice Mayor Romack.
So, I don't mean to interrupt.
Okay.
Sorry.
It's all good.
But I think, and I'm going to lean over on staff that were here, I think the moratorium extension was done the second time to October 11th, because at that point, we were not planning to have a general plan meeting. When you met
October
on the-
25th.
On the 13th.
Well, it would be on the October 25th agenda with an expiration of November 4th.
So the current moratorium extends through October 25th?
No, November 4th.
November 4th, okay. I was thinking you had to talk about it on the 11th if you wanted there to be a continuation of the moratorium. Okay, so you're set. So you can have that conversation, just making sure.
Right. So I think what I've heard so far from Councilmembers Pallavi and Klövstad is that if we get rid of item G for this, it absolutely has to come to the second council meeting in October in advance of the expiration of the moratorium.
Yes.
Okay, so as long as we're on the
It
same
is
page with it.
anyway, was our point. It's coming back
It
to
is,
us
yeah,
anyway.
exactly,
So why are
exactly.
we talking about it in?
No, absolutely.
Up to
Good
you.
clarification. Thank you. Okay, Vice Mayor Romack, I'm sorry. I didn't.
It's all good. I support removing G because it's coming back to us on the 25th. And I can go either way on the vision statement. I just read it again. Sounds pretty good. But I also, what Councilmember Zabriskie said, so if there are specific things people want to bring up, that seems like it could be a pretty, maybe quicker conversation. So I'd be open to it. Maybe not. I shouldn't have said that. Knock on wood. I would like to see a schedule. Yeah, I would appreciate that. I would also, I would add in December, we've got a meeting, we would have a meeting on the 13th. I don't think we should say December is completely out. I would throw that out there too as a potential. I don't know what that would be, but let's not just discount Thanksgiving till New Year's. Because if we're going to have a meeting, as Councilmember Pallavi said, let's make it worthwhile. So those are my thoughts.
Okay, thank you. I agree with removing item G since it will come back to council at the second October meeting. I also agree with removing item A from this. And I do want to read the vision statement since I think you and I have it pulled up, but in 2040, Truckee is a welcoming, inclusive, and thriving mountain town with a diverse community, strong four-season economy, and healthy environment. Truckee features a variety of housing types, arts and culture, and services to support full-time residents and visitors. Our historic downtown is the heart and soul of our town. As the hub, it connects a revitalized and accessible Truckee River with our neighborhoods and regional amenities through a comprehensive network of multi-use trails and transportation solutions. I can still feel comfortable with that. So I think that I'm comfortable with removing A from this as well. Okay, So with that, I do want to turn it over to our commissioners. Chair Gove.
What was your position on G?
To remove it.
Okay, thank you. I didn't hear you.
And I don't have any other, I guess, specific additional items. I agree with Councilmember Pallavi. I think questions that I have received from members of the community, a lot of those questions have focused on Gateway, so I think coming back to Gateway is a worthwhile use of time in the next meeting. Chair Gove.
Well, having heard you reread that mission statement, I think we should throw that baby out with the bathwater and start over. Clearly, I say that in jest. I'm in favor of removing item A from the next meeting. I would, however, like to participate in the conversation about mini storage and gas stations. However, it's not a hill I'm willing to die on.
Okay, thank you. Vice Chair Tarnay.
I would love to talk about all of it. I do want to throw out one little thing that makes me uncomfortable about the vision statement is the heavy reliance on the multi-use trails. I don't know if you guys saw, there was one comment in this staff report about how the multi-use trails create conflict between pedestrians and cyclists. And yeah, so having it in our vision statement gives me a little bit of a heartburn, where I would rather not have that conflict between our multimodal users. But other than that, I don't care. I would love to talk about gas stations, but I don't have to either. So.
Okay, Commissioner Freeman.
I'm fine with getting rid of A and G for our next meeting.
Okay. Commissioner Riley.
I was on the vision statement committee, so I was part of the development of that. I think part of my intent in perhaps promoting us talking about it, it was also including, I think, the introduction to the general plan, because that wasn't something we've looked at, and that is actually kind of full of information. I also feel like, given the constraints around this process with COVID and GPAC being primarily online and in Zoom format, giving the public the opportunity to weigh in on their thoughts on the vision would be great. I know they have had that, but because people are so out of the loop and maybe not aware of what's going on completely, that'd be a nice opportunity, and I think it could be streamlined if desired. I understand that might not happen, but I support it being there. I'm fine with the mini storage being removed. I do want to appreciate Councilmember Zabriskie for acknowledging us as the planning body and coming to this with this experienced developer, construction, land use, architecture, a lot of experience here. So it would have been nice to be part of that discussion, maybe a little preemptively than talking about it now or in the future, or maybe not at all. But other than that, I do think, and if it's not at October 11th, I do think there should be an opportunity to be talking about the DEIR comments and addressing the concerns that have been raised. I don't know when that will be done. I think it's all entirely relevant to this process. You know, the EIR is assessing this document. If there are errors or changes or things being challenged, I would believe that this document would likely be where those changes might take place. So it seems like we would want to be addressing that sooner than later. I would also say checking in with the land use alternatives. I appreciate that Gateway is being up for consideration. My proposal would be all of the focus areas. I've been clear since day one that I'm not settled with giving away the milk, you know, for free. No one's buying the cows. We're giving all this density away, and in fact, we could keep things kind of where they are and then use density to get what we want instead of ending up where we are today, which is most developers don't build to the density we want because they say it doesn't pencil. So I kind of have a hard time imagining we're going to increase the density and then we're going to get the developers to even increase the density on top of that. Maybe I'm just a cynic, but I do think it's worth talking about. And again, that would add and probably require another meeting. But that's where I stand. I clearly not in unison with everyone.
That's okay. So I think I've heard, and Danielle, Jen, correct me if I'm wrong. Of course, there were a few interested in, retaining G or A or having a conversation, but, it's not a hill to die on. I do feel like there was more desire to remove G and A from this. Did you understand that the same?
Yes, and then to add the timeline.
And to add the timeline. Any other comments or thoughts? No. Okay.
I would welcome the Planning Commission to participate on the 25th. I will read every one of your comments and take them into consideration when we discuss mini storage and gas stations.
And there's currently a moratorium, in case you missed that part of the whole idea.
I'm aware of that, yeah.
Danielle, do you have any clarifications?
Nope.
Okay. We get through it?
Yeah. Just like in disbelief.
Wow.
This is the
Okay.
This is the end.
Wait, not ready. Okay, well with that, thank you. I know this was a lot of detail to get through. We do need to stick around just to provide our council reports very briefly. So I know that the mics might pick up a little bit of noise, but
Could we just do it here?
I think we can just, let's go right into it.
Yeah.
Great.
Yeah, okay, perfect. Councilmember Pellaby, would you like to provide your council report?
Yeah, had a visit Truckee Tahoe board meeting last week. Had a number of fascinating meetings with our planning staff and some of our potential developers. Had a very busy meeting week in town hall last week and got a firsthand look at some of the projects and other things coming our way. So other than that, that's all. Thank you.
Thank you.
I really appreciate you taking the time to do that.
You're welcome.
I really do. So I had the pleasure of attending the California Climate and Energy Forum last week with our town manager, Jen Calloway, and our Mayor Henderson. I was honored to be a panelist on one of Mayor Henderson's presentations, so that was exciting for me. And we learned a lot, and I look forward to leveraging that knowledge on behalf of our community and trying to equitably advance our climate and energy goals. Last Friday, I had a whole series of meetings. I guess we're kind of in that mode right now. I enjoyed a coffee chat at the senior apartments, and then I toured the the North Tahoe Truckee Homeless Services Center with Kathy Foley. Now that they've moved back into the Church of the Mountains facility, I just wanted to see how those two facilities compared and understand how their program works. It was very informative. Also enjoyed a very in-depth conversation with Alfred Knotts, who helped me understand what curbside management is and the benefits of having an active program. So I look forward to talking about that more. Lots of meetings with constituents and just emails and questions and conversations about the general plan, density, bike safety, those types of topics. And so, of course, I think we have it pretty well covered in our tasks and action items with the general plan. I know we're putting it in the bike rack to do this bike safety evaluation, but one of the conversations I had was with Truckee Trails Foundation, who is planning on developing some recommendations for us. So again, that's an opportunity for us to leverage a very valued partnered organization to help us achieve that goal, hopefully with a lighter lift from staff. And then, of course, I watched the council meeting that I missed a couple of weeks ago with great interest, and then spent a considerable amount of time talking to people about it. some of our partners. So yeah, it was a very interesting council meeting. Thanks you guys for great entertainment, you guys.
Thank you.
We do our best.
Yes.
Right.
Just don't do it again.
Exactly. Okay, I met with LAFCO, and that included an item on Grass Valley doing an EIR on a sphere of influence. Nevada City had an agenda item on annexation. Attended the energy efficiency workshop at the rec center. That was Reach Codes. Kat made a presentation at Rotary that I attended, met with Laura Brown for Excellence in Ed to talk about community character in regard to the general plan update, and then mental health and diversity. Meeting with Truckee Trails Foundation focused on the mobility element and bicycle and pedestrian safety, balancing overlapping demands for the space needed to handle vehicles and non-motorized travel. Tahoe Donner Land Trust, we talked about the general plan update in regard to the sphere of influence and annexing of lands for open space. Humane Society involved a discussion on community character and trails, and the Humane Society's increasing interaction on taking care of dogs in connection with the town and the hospital. Nevada County Transportation Commission included an item where the commission is going to fund a study to analyze urban reports on how increasing roadways only increases traffic, sort of a build it if you come. The rural counties want to determine whether these analyses really apply in rural communities. They feel they need more funding to improve highway travel because of the unique rural situation. Then I did a coffee talk at the Lift with Council Member Klostad, add that to the list, and then the Chiefs Advisory Committee yesterday. We talked about safety. And
I forgot our coffee talk, but you can tell.
That.
Yeah.
Thank you. That was extensive.
Yeah.
It's that season of the year.
Yep. With Councilmember Pallavi last Monday, we had a coffee talk at Wild Cherries. Alexis was there, along with other community members, and we talked general plan updates. So appreciate everybody for attending that. I attended the California Transportation Commission meeting. They met in South Lake Tahoe last Wednesday, and it was a great presentation. The TRPA and the Tahoe Transportation District presented a lot on South Lake Tahoe. Ben Elford presented on Truckee. Placer County presented on Eastern Placer County, and the commission was really impressed with our microtransit numbers and how quickly our region was able to get microtransit going, and how, the results were great. They also were impressed. Alfred shared, Measure U and funding for trails, and how our community really supports this, multimodal opportunity. So that was fantastic to show, we're supporting this, and, any money you have, you could help support us. And one of the staff members from the commission mentioned there's a new climate adaptation grant that's going to be available. I think she said $50 million. So again, this fits into all of our conversations with our transit system. So it was really interesting to see and see what their reactions were. Also, what you mentioned about rural funding, a big message was also, our region gets overlooked because our population is low, but we have so many visitors that, we really have a lot of impacts to our transportation system. So to not forget about us, even though maybe we don't score high on some of the grant metrics. So thought that was really interesting. And then through my job, I also attended, I got to tour the Placer County Emergency Operations Center down in Auburn with the mosquito fire. And that was just fascinating. And Dave Atkinson, the OES director for Placer, talked about his coordination with Bob Womack. And he showed a lot of great maps of all the different things they were doing to prepare if the fire started moving farther east, to look out for our region. So that was really fascinating, and just, again, appreciate the coordination, Bob Womack, with all these other entities. So that was great, and that's it.
Okay, wonderful, thank you. Well, right after our last council meeting and for the past 2 weeks, I've had a countless number of one-on-one discussions about proposed Measure V with our partners and constituents out in the community. Those have been interesting conversations. Right after our last council meeting, we had our mayor's managers meeting, and this was really fun because normally we go out for coffee at, pick your coffee shop, and Jen and I decided to switch things up a bit. We did a tour of Truckee for all of the folks who came up from Western County. So we looked at some of our different housing developments. We looked at our bike lanes on Northwoods that we are testing out, our buffered bike lanes. We looked at downtown and talked about some of the revitalization and investments that are going to be going into there. Jen, am I missing anything? Those were the key topics. And they were just absolutely floored by everything that we're doing. And again, it sort of helped to trigger more conversations about what are the other areas that we can be really intentionally collaborating on. So I thought that was a really, really great way to do that meeting. I was at the California Climate and Energy Forum. This was a couple-day forum down in San Diego, and was very fortunate to hold a session there about elevating and equitably engaging rural voices in the clean energy transition. And again, thank you to Councilmember Klofstad for being one of my panelists on that. We got incredible engagement. There were a lot of the regional energy networks at this conference and at our session, several of the CCAs within California, just fantastic participation in that. So those were my highlights, if you will. Okay, with that, I believe I can adjourn us, and we are adjourned to, I want to make sure I have our dates right.
2 weeks, right?
October 11th, thank you. Okay, thank you. Adjourned to October 11th at 4 p.m. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Don't forget your calculator.